going to love using their products, your ideas, their ideas, and next thing you know, their craftsmen will have it installed, and you will love it. 2023 is the year that you get a new bathroom, courtesy of Rebath, midfla.com.
Find high-quality healthcare in Florida at healthfinder.fl.gov. Effortlessly explore facilities based on quality measures like infection rates, surgical complications, and readmissions. Compare safety records for medical facilities like hospitals, nursing homes, and outpatient surgery centers with ease. Elevate your healthcare decisions with the transparency tool at healthfinder.fl.gov. Choose wisely, live healthy. Paid for by the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Right now, you may be running a little late, or feeling stressed, or overwhelmed, and you may be going a bit over the speed limit. So to help you relax, exhale. Ease up on the gas. You'll get there when you get there. Take a moment to just chill. This little break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale. Oh my, are you okay?
My baby boy is going off to college, and move-in day is almost here.
Well, right now through July 25th, you can save on everything they need for the semester. Plus, join us in-store on the 22nd and 23rd for giveaways, workshops, and more.
Did you say savings?
Yep. Come in-store or go to ikea-usa.com/ready for college to save on the semester. Offer valid dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store on ikea-usa.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Here's what a Fence Outlet customer has to say about their experience.
After the hurricanes destroyed our old fence, we took the advice of our neighbor and called Fence Outlet. They were fast and professional, and we love our new fence.
Check them out at fenceoutlet.com.
I had a radio listener call me after an accident. The insurance company offered him $700. He hired me that day, and we recovered $100,000. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Potential clients may not obtain same or similar results. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind Studios. Why Kaufman & Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, GREEN. 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 Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Wednesday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thanks so much for tuning in. We appreciate that greatly. And we do have, oh man, it is so fat. The
Don't
show
look at me
is
when
so
you say that.
Fat. A lot happening today. We'll talk to our friend LT from Hard Rock Live with their brand, not really brand new, but they're kind of bringing in a sandwich it's their messy sandwich. We'll explain all that in 1 second. Woke News with Deb at 3:20. 4 o'clock, it's Animal House. Kathy Burns and Sally Edmonds in from the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando. 5 o'clock hour, it's Kevin Spears from the Orlando Sentinel to talk about that very controversial water contamination issue out in Seminole County. Plus, we'll do trivia as well. Ross thoughts, and we're going to end the show up the day before the British Open, talking to Chris DeMarco about the British Open coming up tomorrow and his experiences there and all those wonderful things. Welcome to the show. I am Jim. To my left, my very lovely and dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Hello there.
Straight ahead producer, Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
Comedy alien Ross Padgett.
Donuts are healthy because they have holes in them.
407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show. On Twitter, it's just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, all day at JimColbertLive.com. Green is your 3 o'clock keyword, GREEN. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000. Green is your 3 o'clock keyword. Good luck. You guys give it up for LT.
Yeah! What's up, guys?
What's up, kiddo? How you doing?
Pretty good, I must say. Things are good.
Things are good for you, aren't they?
Yeah.
You don't look a day older than the last time I saw you in this building
Literally,
working. That is genuinely unbelievable how you do that.
Oh,
how do you do that?
And I know you get down. Like, I know you party.
It's
so
true.
Don't make her answer anything, Jimmy.
It is not affecting you at all. I mean, you look amazing.
Thank you.
How's
Very
things,
much.
man?
Things are great. Just celebrated an anniversary, like we talked about off the air, which is awesome. Got a girls' weekend coming up in Amelia Island in August.
Have you been up there?
I have, yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, probably one of the most unsung places in Florida that nobody talks about. You hear about the West Coast, you hear about like all the Keys and all the West Coast areas down there. You hear about Destin a lot, but nobody talks about Amelia Island, which is up there near Jacksonville in that Fernandina Beach area, and it is gorgeous up there.
I just realized I meant Anna Maria Island.
Yeah, well, either way. It's gorgeous down there, too.
Yeah, it is. But Amelia Island is badass.
So tell us about what you actually do at Hard Rock Live.
Okay, so the Hard Rock Cafe here in Orlando is the world's largest, right?
Yes, yeah.
And we're very unique because we have the Hard Rock Live attached to it.
Right.
So I do all of the marketing, all the promotional activity, all the social media management, and I'm basically a one-woman advertising agency for both entities. It's a lot, but I love it, and my work family is amazing. So I place all of our ads. I talk about all the things with you guys on the radio and things like that. So whenever we have something exciting going on, it's my job to amplify the message.
And then we work hand in hand with you when we do things at Hard Rock Live, or we do events out there, especially with the cafe when things are going on. We always talk to you about that. Of course, we've known you for many, many years.
Sure.
You worked at JRR for how long?
Oh, my gosh. Since 2004.
So you've been in this business for quite a while,
Yes.
and then left here a few years back to go over to work for a Hard Rock Cafe and work with that guy, those guys.
Yep.
Which worked out great for you because you're
Absolutely.
custom fit for that job because you love rock music as well.
That's it.
Now let me see if I can remember.
311.
Is it 311?
That's it.
It's got how many shows now? 24?
I just
She's been on 24 cruises with him. I mean,
I've been on all 7 cruises, and I'm at, I believe, 156 at this point.
Now, and the reason I always get that mixed up, I can't ever remember if it's 311 or what do you always think I get that mixed up with? It's Offspring for some reason.
Really?
I was thinking some 41.
For some reason. And
How dare you, Deb?
Offspring is like playing over in Tampa coming up here
Offspring
seamless.
did tour with 311. I mean, that's kind of one and the same. They kind of got the same pop around the same time, I guess.
And a weird vibe, almost not similar vibe by any means, but it was kind of the same era, I guess,
Yes.
wasn't it? Yeah.
In fact, in the original run of Jim Colbert Show Magnets, they were numbered, and we gave LT the number 311.
We
It's
did,
true.
that's right,
I still
100%.
have it. Yep.
Do you really?
It's true. Promotions never leaves you, people. You know what I mean? I got a drawer full of koozies and T-shirts more than I can count.
So some pretty exciting news comes for Florida here. We found out a couple weeks ago that is it Lionel or Lionel?
Lionel. Leo, you can just call him Leo.
Yeah, Leo or Lionel.
That's what I do. Leo.
Arguably the greatest soccer player that ever was is now in Miami. And I know that you guys have had a long-term relationship with him, and you're rolling out this incredible... Is this a new sandwich? Because I know you guys have had the burger for a while.
Yes, that's correct. We rolled out the Messy Burger in 2021, quite literally a very giant, messy burger with chorizo, fried egg, a whole thing going on that.
Yeah, because you're trying to kind of throw it back for his Argentinian roots, right?
Correct. That is right.
And you're doing the same thing with this chicken sandwich.
Exactly. It's like a Milanese style, which originated, Argentina, Italy. Sort of like a schnitzel, really crispy, thin chicken breast. There's 2 of them on there.
Yeah.
And then we throw in some herb aioli, some garlic in that, some seasoned arugula, sliced tomato, provolone cheese, and a toasted brioche bun. But it is curated by none other than Leo Messi. He is our global ambassador now, and I'll get into maybe the story of how that connects in a second. But he gets with our corporate chefs, and I apparently he's a bit of a foodie. So he he comes up with the recipes, and bam, now we have the messy chicken sandwich.
Oh, Brother Man is going to love Miami then, because
sure.
Miami gets a lot of talk about a lot of things, but they rarely talk about how good the food scene in Miami is, and it is diverse and thick down there. So very good. And by the way, the sandwich is wonderful. And it's,
I loved it.
It's unique because you really never get a double patty chicken sandwich. You see that with burgers all the time,
Right.
of course, but to have two pan fried, thin, crispy chicken breasts, and they're crusted, so you have basically that. It's almost like when you get like schnitzel, like you were saying. And then you have the beautiful tomato. But this herb aioli they put on it is genuinely amazing. Like, it is
dank.
Like, it is. It is dank. It is dank.
That is a foodie term.
And it is. I was looking at the recipe. You brought it over. It is loaded up with all kinds of fresh herbs and goodies. But it is absolutely wonderful. It really blends in well with everything for the sandwich. So if you haven't tried that yet, and you're out there in the Hard Rock area, slide into the cafe and grab one of these sandwiches, because it's not going to let you down.
No doubt. And if you're a pass holder at Universal, you save 15% every single day.
Really?
Absolutely.
Amazing.
I'm going to throw this out here with the chicken sandwich, because as soon as I wrapped up with it, I looked at everybody and was like, that was phenomenal. That was great. And it was because it's a fried chicken sandwich. There's 2 fried chicken patties, but then there's that aioli and all the rest of it. It was like refreshing. How many fried chicken sandwiches can you say is it was refreshing?
And I mean, go ahead, Jim.
No, we use the word bright in the
it was bright
in the food world. Like, when something is like that, it's light and it's in your mouth and it's bright. That's
okay, cool.
And that's what the herb aioli does. And even having garlic and some ranch stuff in there, it's still, because of all the herbs, it's a really good summery sandwich. Even being fried, I agree 100%. It's not heavy in the least. So
nice,
good job there. And by the way, how did you guys hook up with this dude?
So
how does the greatest soccer player from Argentina hook up with an American rock and roll brand?
So back in the day, 1971 is the first Hard Rock Cafe that opened in London, right?
Yep.
Old Park Lane. So the founders originally were trying to come up with a logo to explain this American kind of pub style environment in London, right? So they got with this dude, Alan Aldridge, and he created some of the artwork for The Who and the Beatles. And he came up with, originally, it kind of looked like the Chevrolet logo, red, white, and blue for the Hard Rock Cafe. Well, now it transitioned into what we now know of the rust and brick colored logo that everybody knows worldwide, and they actually ended up slapping it on a shirt and putting it on a local football team. Football
there
meaning
you
soccer.
Go.
So there's the origin story of sports and Hard Rock. It was from the very, very beginning.
Wow.
That's how the iconic shirt began its historic run. So, everybody knows about the Hard Rock t-shirt whenever you go somewhere. Back in the day, especially in the 90s, like, you had to have it if you went to Prague or whatever. So that's where the sports connection comes in, because you're kind of scratching your head like, Lionel Messi, sports, Hard Rock. Why? So that's where it began. And I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than Leo Messi when it comes to a global ambassador to talk about your brand.
Plus, that is a marketing campaign that's 4 or 5 decades in the making.
Well, it kind of worked out a little bit for the whole Miami thing.
Yeah, for sure it did. Is there any plan for him to come up here to Orlando and do any release or anything like that? Have you met him? Or?
No, not here personally in Orlando. He just did the big announcement of him coming to Inter Miami FC. What was it, a couple days ago? They're all in the rain or whatever. But there is a big launch event going on in New York City right now. We are doing a launch party on Friday. That's a private event, but Messi's not going to be there, unfortunately. I feel like, this guy is so huge and he's got so much going on that who knows where he might pop up.
Yeah, when you're that demand, he's got a beautiful family. I just saw the picture of them all hanging out at their pool in Miami. I think he's like a wife.
Hanging out at Publix.
3 and 4 kids in Publix.
He's getting a pubs up.
Somebody already deemed him Floridian. You're an official Floridian. You've been into a Publix now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just, how do you even have time to do anything for yourself? I mean, it's just complete inundation with promotion and he turned down a gigantic wad of money from the Saudis to come here. So obviously the guys in Miami did the right thing and provided him with what he exactly wanted.
For the record, I will not be rooting for Miami because it's Orlando City till we die. Am I right? But I mean, I'll root for them a little bit, but not when they are playing the boys in purple.
So is this a limited run thing, or is this on the menu for good?
It's, from what I understand, it's here to stay.
Wow, that's
so
great.
the Messi Burger is still on the menu if you want to try try it. People love it. But people are like really liking this chicken sandwich, like you guys. I mean, I'm so happy that you guys enjoyed it.
It was fantastic.
It's safe to say that the messy chicken sandwich isn't like messy playing for Inter Miami, because that's a little bittersweet. The sandwich is not bittersweet. It's delicious.
Right on. I like it.
So we appreciate it very much. And of course, every time you go out to anywhere near Universal, you got to go in the Hard Rock Cafe. By the way, your meatloaf is good and your ribs are amazing.
Nice.
And again, it never gets credit for it. It's weird because all the places that eat at Universal Studios, the cafe's been there a really long time.
Yeah.
It's always really busy, and the cocktail program is good as well.
And we slow smoke all of our stuff. I mean, the guys are in there at 3 a.m, starting to get everything ready for the day. So
it's real deal food. Like, obviously, I think with most corporate situations, people believe though it's all shipped in from somewhere, and you guys just reheat it. That's not the case at all. I've known you guys for a long time. I've known how they run the kitchen there for quite a while.
Sure thing.
And for many, many years. Again, if you've ever been out there and you have an opportunity to go eat there, go eat there. It's it's very good actually, and the burgers are great. So everything.
You got to come try the chicken sandwich, for crying out loud. And don't forget, we got Hard Rock Live right next door. We just had a banger of a show with Stained. Oh my God, it was so good on Friday.
Didn't they just announce a new album?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you heard any of the new stuff?
I have not.
It's like classic hard Stained with a little bit of emo sprinkled on it, but not too much. Not too much.
You never want to ruin good rock with emo.
No, exactly.
That's right.
But we got George Lopez. We got tons of comedy, lots of Latin acts coming through, podcasters. We've got Pod Meets World, which is kind of crazy because there's a big convention going on corresponding with that date. So hit up hardrockliveorlando.com. Come to a show. Hit up Hard Rock Cafe with your ticket. You get 15% off in the cafe if you're not a pass holder for Universal. It's a beautiful thing.
The whole property's wonderful.
And the messy sandwich is worth it either way.
It sure is.
And come give me a high five. I'm here for it.
For sure. Good seeing you, LT. Thanks.
Hey, man. Thanks for having me, you guys. I really appreciate it.
And also, shout out to Hard Rock Cafe Orlando. They will be our caterer. They will be providing food and the bars at this year's poker tournament, the 15th annual Real Radio Texas Hold'em Charity Poker Tournament.
Really honored to do that and carry the torch, after Porky's. We're really looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. We are too. For sure we are too.
Good.
Deb, news?
Yeah, we're going to talk about smoke from Canada. Yeah, could be in Central Florida today,
Oh, no.
The Orange County Tourism Board has approved funding for expanding the convention center because, as we know, it really needs it.
Yeah.
And a prison sentence is possible for someone raising their voice.
Oh, God.
We'll tell you where and more.
Pay attention, Colbert.
All right.
Coming up next during Woke News. Yeah, this is unbelievable. Simply for raising their voice.
Time to scrub my fingerprints. What? All right, 407-916-1041. Green is your 3 o'clock keyword. GREEN. Go to realradio.fm. Send that off for your chance at $1,000. Back with Deb's News and more of the Jim Colbert Show right after this.
If you're going to give up your personal information to a giant, merciless corporation, might as well listen to something good. So tell Alexa to play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
Heading through the city, watch out for delays westbound on I-4 between Parr Street and Ivanhoe Boulevard. Authorities are clearing up an accident on Colonial Drive heading eastbound at Good Homes Road. You can expect delays due to an accident on Bumby Avenue heading northbound at Piercings Avenue. There's congestion on I-4 eastbound between Osceola Parkway and after State Road 535. See traffic troubles? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by Gatorland.
Gatorland knows you need more animals, more gators, and more fun. And now, Florida residents get what they need for less with $16.50 admission now through the end of June. We know what y'all need. Y'all need Gatorland.
Let me tell you something, man. If you're looking for a big green egg, maybe a Napoleon grill, anything for your backyard, Tools Ace Hardware is where you need to be. These guys have been in town for 40 years. We just celebrated their 40-year anniversary with a magnificent sale across the entire store spectrum there, all 12 locations. But don't let that stop you. If you need anything, paint, outdoor improvement, tools, these guys have it. But when it comes to your outdoor stuff, they have everything. 3 different kind of pizza ovens, including the Uni pizza oven. Like I said before, Napoleon, Weber, Big Green Egg, and all the sizes, and all the accessories you need as well, including those great smoking woods, marinades, rubs. It's all there at Tools Ace Hardware. Find your location easily at toolsacehardware.com. And remember, these guys will deliver and set up those Big Green Eggs with any grill purchase $3.99 and up. Again, it's toolsacehardware.com.
Get your tickets now
at AXS.com
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
September 22nd and 23rd.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Brought to you by T-Mobile. Experience more of the music you love with the record-setting 5G network. T-Mobile customers can unlock VIP benefits at the festival all weekend long. It's better over here. See why at T-Mobile.com/SEEWHY.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Here's what Fence Outlet customers have to say about their experience.
The Fence Outlet team is knowledgeable and professional. They have fair prices and they take care of the permits. I'm very happy with my Fence Outlet fence.
Check them out for yourself at fenceoutlet.com. License number C10252 and C10803.
Running a small business takes grit and determination and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device. And get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Limits apply. Choose Syntec exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
When I grow up, I want to be that cool. When I grow up, I want to be that cool. She is genuinely one of the coolest people I've ever met in this business, ever. Just the sweetest thing ever. 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Welcome back. Remember, your 3 o'clock keyword is green, GREEN. RealRadio.fm. Send that off for your chance at $1,000. I am Jim Colbert. That's Jack Bradshaw.
Hi there.
That is Ross Padgett.
Ross Padgett.
And Deborah Roberts has your news.
And now, it's time for Woke News.
It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole world.
On the Jim Colbert Show.
Did it sound to anybody else like I was just about to get yelled at?
No.
Yeah,
Deborah Roberts.
Yeah, last names. Look out.
Damn. Woke News is always brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. All right, smoke from the Canadian wildfires making its way here, but then after all, everyone wants to come to Orlando. The smoke was reported in Jacksonville yesterday, and forecast models say it could be in Central Florida today. Now, local meteorologists say we probably won't be able to smell the smoke, but we will be able to see it as haze.
Have we seen Drake and this so-called Canadian smoke in the same room together?
Is that one of his nicknames?
No, I'm just saying they could be one and the same.
I got you.
In the meantime, the National Hurricane Center in Miami is tracking a new tropical wave near the coast of Africa. The system is located a few hundred miles south of the Cabo Verde Islands and is producing showers and thunderstorms over the eastern Atlantic. Now, forecasters are giving it just a 20% chance of developing over the next 7 days as it heads toward the Caribbean. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Don, that bad boy is not giving up. He is still strengthened, but located in the central Atlantic, posing no threat to any land, but just kind of keeps getting stronger and just kind of...
What a lame storm name, Don.
Don?
Don, like he's the pro at their bowling alley. Don, it's the lamest name ever. Don.
So you're telling me that there's a storm that just won't stop, right?
It just keeps going in circles.
And it's called Dawn.
And it's called Dawn.
And I'm not supposed to bring up politics.
But let's see. Volusia County is experiencing a lifeguard shortage as risk of dangerous rip currents continues along its coast. Yeah, that's a good one, Ross. Beach safety officials tell Fox 35 News they're down about 170 full and part-time patrols.
Damn.
170.
I am always amazed sometimes when they drop the shortages, whether it's bus drivers or teachers, and you're like, how are we still functioning with that large amount of people not employed, like not working?
170 or one forever drowning last month.
No, I mean, and that's really, and this used to be one of those ideal summer jobs for kids when you lived in a place like Florida, right? You'd become a lifeguard at a pool or at the beach.
Sure.
Well, the department is offering a pay bonus in an effort to attract more employees this summer. Swimmers are asked to swim in front of active lifeguard stands when they are out at the beach. The National Weather Service in Melbourne says there is a moderate risk, though, of dangerous rip currents along Central Florida beaches through tonight. You definitely want to keep an eye on that because it doesn't matter how inexperienced a swimmer you are. If you get caught in one and you don't know how to get uncaught, it can be a really dangerous and deadly situation.
You know what's interesting is I saw on social the other day, I saw a drone shot of the beach, and it said this is what a rip current looks like when you see it at the beach. And basically it would be the normal set of waves that you see, but then they stop, and in the center there's a column that doesn't look like it's doing anything, but the waves aren't happening there. And I always kind of wondered, why don't they have a cam like that set up like intermittently along the beaches that the lifeguards could have access to tell people, hey, look, warning, by the way, that's what it looks like right there. We can kind of spot it from the sky. I don't know how easy it is, but it looked relatively easy to spot.
I always thought that the same with the beach flags because I've been here decades. I can't tell you what all of the colors. I know purple means dangerous marine life, and the double, the black square with the red, that's a hurricane flag. But
I always thought, like, by the flag, they usually have a board.
They
like
do.
At the base of the flag, it kind of like the index telling you what it is. But how long do rip currents last?
I was just about to ask that very same question.
Yeah.
That is a very good question. So
Come on,
hopefully
Deb, get the answer.
The smartest audience in talk radio can text us at 77031. Jack, I've got enough to do.
I just got a text from Don Price regarding me saying Don's the lamest name ever. My bad, not you, Don.
No, there are some Dons there. Think of Don Julio, right?
That mortgage guy, Don.
I clearly said bowling alley pro.
Yeah, Don Knotts.
Which you are not.
Exactly. And that mortgage guy, Don, is he's a beast.
He's a mensch.
He said
He
like
is a mensch.
he said like Jim is a fancy ass name.
Exactly. Thanks,
you didn't
Don.
give me time to rag on myself, Don.
Way to put it in perspective. Okay, this is I put this story in the newscast because I think this is something we're going to hear more and more about, and I think we could, very soon hear this actually coming to our part of the state. But for right now, an effort is underway in Miami-Dade County
for affordable housing
to give some of those who work outdoors historic protections from excessive heat. Right, we're getting into these days now where
once it gets to a certain temperature, they basically tell people they have to work 15 on, 50 off, or something like that.
It's 97 degrees right now. Heat index of 109. I've checked the radar. There is no rain in sight right now, and that's here in Central Florida. But In Miami-Dade, the county commission yesterday passed a new measure that gives agriculture and construction workers 10 minutes of paid rest and water breaks every 2 hours when the heat index is 90 or above.
Wow.
It also calls for educating workers and their bosses on the dangers of heat illness, like what exactly to look for when you're pushing it too hard, just trying to get that last 30 minutes or that last couple of hours work in. It can, I mean, once you pass a threshold, there is no coming back.
You know what really illustrates that? That Jason Aldean video, where he's on stage with fans blowing, singing, just singing. It's not like he's out there, throwing sod or anything or roofing. He's just singing.
Oh, I mean, I can feel singers getting super pissed now.
Yeah, that's fine. Hot take. But and you watch him. He literally runs off stage because he feels it. It just comes on.
It just comes
on.
on.
In the middle of a song, he went from being cool to being not cool.
And that's how quickly it can happen. Again, I know someone who had to bury a 24-year-old landscape worker because, again, out there just trying to push and get those last few jobs done, and the heat is unrelenting. Also in Miami-Dade County, it establishes a new Office of Workplace Health and Safety.
Wow.
The proposal will need one more reading before it becomes law, but Mayor Daniela Levine Cava says it's the first such law in Florida and the strongest in the entire nation.
I'll be damned.
I have a feeling we're going to be like ground zero when it comes for testing.
Arizona,
yeah, exactly.
Kansas, all those areas up there, Texas.
You had a flight of folks who were left on the tarmac somewhere out in the Southwest. They had
people.
There was a Fox News reporter who was on board that flight who said flight attendants were running up and down the aisles with oxygen masks trying to help passengers who were passing out left and right from the heat from sitting inside the airplane.
Unbelievable.
All right. The plans to expand the Orange County Convention Center are moving forward. I agree with you, Ross. Yeah.
Boo!
Boo! Boo!
Someone throw a shoe at this plan.
I disagree. Not enough space.
It's only the size of the Pentagon right now.
Wait, did you hear about the new office building?
Oh, what is it? Gonna go airborne?
15 stories, covers like 34 acres in India.
Oh, eat my shorts.
The Orange County Tourist Development Council yesterday approved an expansion plan recommended by a citizens advisory panel. Who the hell are these citizens? And are you sure they're really citizens?
Yeah, name them.
The plan now goes to the county commission, which will meet next week. If approved, it would expand the convention center by how many square feet? Jimmy, you go first.
I think it's 1 million, isn't it?
It is. Give yourself a dong.
Oh, my God.
I ruined it for everybody.
No!
That's what you get for reading.
This is whack.
Oh, wait, you read that?
Yes.
All right.
All right, yeah.
Oh, you cut it off that quick? Wow.
Thanks, Jack, for punishing me for learning. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
You got half a dong.
Wait.
Hey, it is Florida.
Yeah. I came prepared, and that's a strike?
Right, exactly. It would be paid for with tourism tax revenue, but there's no word yet on the cost. I'm sure it will be the cheapest 1 million square feet expansion ever.
I heard it's like 500 million.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is marking the 1-year anniversary of the Florida Purple Alert program.
Purple Alert.
Since its inception last July, 255 Purple Alerts have been issued and 250 people have been recovered.
Now, of course, this is protecting people from Prince music.
Similar to Amber and Silver Alerts, the program helps to find missing adults. Thank you, Jack. Suffering from mental, cognitive, and or developmental disabilities. I'm looking for something to throw.
Okay.
If it becomes law, following the death of it became law, actually, following the death of an autistic and nonverbal man who got lost and drowned in a retention pond.
That was that story of that guy who went wandering around for they couldn't find him for like 2 or 3 days, and they found him in a pond. He was an elderly gentleman.
That one I believe is a different one.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But again, Silver Alert, Purple Alert. So for those, when we get those alerts on your phone and you get a little pissed off because they usually come with a screaming sound, and but they do work. It turns out they really do work.
Tried doing stand-up comedy and a kid is missing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
that'll kill the vibe.
I'm getting heckled by damn Nokias.
Right, yeah. They should keep the kid. Ross is doing stand-up.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Oh, Jack!
So don't want to ruin the bit.
Yeah.
So just put that kid into child sex trafficking. Just whatever you do, don't ruin this joke.
Yeah, exactly. He's almost at the punchline. Speaking of kids and police, can you believe it? it's ramping up to get ready for the new school year.
Crazy.
Drivers, get ready because you're going to see more Central Florida police, and they're going to be specifically keeping watch at crosswalks throughout the week. These are not cheap tickets. Law enforcement agencies in Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties are taking part in Operation Best Foot Forward. The campaign is designed to make sure residents are prepared for students when they return to school next month. You know, some dates you've got August 10th is the first day to school already. Isn't that insane? The kids are less than a month away from the start of the new school year. Officers will increase their patrols during the morning commute. Now, motorists who fail to stop for people at the crosswalk, and this is what I learned the last time we did this, I always thought that stopping meant the person was actively walking in the crosswalk, but that doesn't have to be the case. If someone is just standing on the side of the crosswalk waiting to cross and you don't stop, your ticket will face a more than $160 ticket and 3 points on your license.
Yeah, even if they're looking at the crosswalk.
Yeah.
Even if they're like sniffing it.
Even if they're doing a crossword.
Yeah.
At the crosswalk.
You're going to have to pay. Yeah.
And they will not be dressed in their uniforms. These officers will be plain clothes, acting like regular pedestrians, but there's going to be officers stationed around to nab you if you don't stop.
Right.
Well, I like your original thought that, that the law said, like, you only let them cross when they're already crossing. Because that's
20 points, too.
That's a Deb law.
Yeah.
That's how Deb read this law.
Yeah, and now that you say they're going to be undercover, where's this going to be?
Well, like even DUI enforcements, they have to let you know where they're going on. I don't have the actual intersections, but Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties, I would imagine.
So this could affect us.
Absolutely. Well, morning commute. So for right now, they're focusing on the morning commute.
Yeah, if Ross hit somebody, it's not going to hurt. You're fine.
No.
You might hurt his car.
You're the only,
like a deer.
You're going to dent the Nissan.
You're the only guy that has a pass. You're fine. You can do whatever you want.
Speaking of crosswalks, I saw a grandma cross a side, like a street yesterday. And it was such a mind F of like, oh my God, it actually happens. And then it also made me go like, maybe global warming is a thing because back in the day you saw a grandma crossing a street. You thought like, oh, how sweet. Someone should help her. I'll help her. I saw a grandma cross the street. I was like, she is sweating. Yeah. Why is she out here?
No joke.
Exactly.
Is she going to make it?
Yeah.
Speaking of school, another Florida sales tax holiday is going to begin in a few days to help families get ready for that upcoming school year. So starting Monday, shoppers will be able to purchase a variety of tax-free school supplies. Jim and Jack, I want you guys to just take a moment to listen to this and sigh with joy as you know that
I had 4 of these leeches in my life.
And I don't have to do it this year.
I still have a drawer that I keep of the extra school supplies because I'd always watch for the sales and stock up. And now I'm a little sad I don't got to buy.
Oh, no, dude. I'm never sad about not having to buy 4 brand new book bags.
Yeah.
4 brand new wardrobes.
Yep. Well, starting Monday, shoppers will be able to purchase things like school supplies, backpacks, clothes, computers, tax-free. The offer will run through August 6th. And not only that, the next back-to-school holiday will take place during the first 2 weeks of next year.
Damn.
So that'll be good to help after the holidays, right?
For sure.
Chronic wasting disease is in Florida, and it's not likely going to go away. The always fatal brain disorder, which is similar to mad cow disease, was found last month in a female deer which had been hit by a vehicle in Holmes County. Florida Fish and Wildlife's George Warthen says a management zone has already been established along with bans on feeding deer, rehabbing them, and removing carcasses. Surveillance has also been upped in the area after it was first being detected in Colorado and Wyoming in the 1960s. Chronic wasting disease is now in 31 states and other countries, and they can't say what's going to happen to free-roaming deer right now, whether or not it's going to be a devastating virus that's going to take them all out. Or
So yesterday when we were talking about the whole caribou thing that got corrected, that there are no caribou in Colorado, I was mistaken. It's elk. Caribou are more north. But as I was watching and researching that to kind of find out what it was, they talked about that chronic wasting disease
horrible.
In Colorado. It's pretty rampant out there as well. So 31 states have it. That's insane.
It is. It's kind of like the colony collapse disorder that we saw with honeybees that originated here in Florida before it spread to all other states.
We get credit for that?
We do. It started here in Florida.
Are you kidding?
As well as there's another fungal, I believe, a fungal infection that's infecting bats that I believe is more prevalent here in the southeast and is also spreading to other areas of the country.
Hey, and let's don't leave out tree greening.
Yeah, citrus canker.
Yeah, all those fun things.
Yeah. Yay.
Yeah.
All right, a Broward County jury currently deliberating damages for a family suing the fast food giant over a super hot chicken McNugget. Yeah, thank you, Jack. I know I earned that.
I let the
What's
first one
happening to my
go, then
mouth?
when you hit the second one, I'm
I
like,
know,
Chicken sandwich got you crazy.
It did, that messy sandwich.
By the way-
But I showed you the photos of this.
Like when I saw the photographs of that yesterday, I was like, "There's no way that's a chicken nugget burn." Like they would have literally had to take them out of the fryer and thrown them onto this girl.
Well, the family of a then 4-year-old girl who was burned by the nugget is seeking $15 million for past pain and suffering. The defense attorneys argue $100,000 is a fair and reasonable amount for damages already suffered. Earlier this year, a jury found McDonald's and the franchisee owner liable for not warning about the temperature of the food after a woman handed her daughter the food and a McNugget became wedged between her car seat and the girl's leg, burning her. And these must have been super fresh McNuggets because I showed the photo to Jimmy yesterday, and it was like, no way that's a McNugget.
It looks like a gunshot wound.
That's
what it looks like. It burned
Seriously.
her. It burned her so bad. It was like literally like somebody shot her. It is awful.
It was. I couldn't believe how deep the wound went
And Deb
as
is
well.
like, how hot can they get? I'm like, well, usually, even if you go to McDonald's and they have just fried the French fries and you're in the drive-thru, they will make you pull forward until the fries cool off enough to bring them out to you because they can be really hot. And I was like, well, think about it. The oil they're pulling them out of is 350 to 400 degrees.
And like again, that McNugget, it just burned. And then again, a 4-year-old skin is a lot softer and gentle than ours.
And then you're pressing it against.
Exactly.
It's not like it touched her,
Well, another lawsuit news, an Orange County man is suing Walt Disney World after he reportedly fell at one of its theme parks. The man filed a lawsuit earlier this week saying he was trying to get on the Haunted Mansion ride at Magic Kingdom back in April when an employee hit the emergency stop button. Documents say this made the man fall, causing him severe and permanent injuries. He's hoping for more than $50,000 in compensation. Hey, one more lawsuit
seem
story.
low?
Yeah,
it does
seem
when
low.
you do the McNugget story for $15 million.
Yeah.
Disney's like, don't say anything about the McNuggets.
Just pay him. Just pay him.
I bet his name was Don.
Yeah.
I wonder when he fell, like the ride was still going on, so he's like screaming in pain, and you just hear like, ooh.
This guy's really scared.
And people are like, wow,
What a pee.
this park really ramped it up.
I mean, I get it, man. It's not that scary though, dude.
Disney made more than $50K since this new story started a minute ago.
Right, they did.
All right, Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend is dropping a massive $30 million lawsuit against his estate. Erica Herman filed the lawsuit last year, alleging Woods violated the Landlord-Tenant Act by tricking her into vacating their shared home when they split.
What a terrible look.
Herman says she and Woods had an oral agreement allowing her to stay at the house for an additional 5 years when they broke up. She claims in 2022, Woods told her they were going on a vacation. Hey, just pack a light bag.
Just meet me at the airport.
But after she packed said bag and went to the airport, he had the locks changed, a private plane waiting, and said, get your ass out. Woods, for his part, denies the allegations.
Yeah, it's so cold. That is a cold-ass move, dude.
The old switcheroo.
Yeah.
Why are we impressed by it?
I'm not impressed. It's such a dick move. It's just the balls it takes to even do that. The balls to think, I know what we'll do. I'll trick her into think we're going on a vacation and then double whammy her ass with no place to live.
All right. Well, maybe she just needs to buy a lotto ticket because nobody won the jackpot in last night's Mega Millions lottery.
I love it when you ruin it for him. That's my favorite part of the week. That is my favorite part of the week.
But someone in Florida did win $1 million.
Well, here it comes until she tells me it's Tampa.
By matching 5 of the 6 numbers. Kiss my ass, Bradshaw. There's no word yet where the ticket was purchased. It could be
nice.
you. If it's you, Friday's drawing is now worth a staggering $720 million. Meanwhile, a $1 billion top prize.
That's the sound of dreams across the state.
It's a winner, but I thought for comedic effect, I tore it up.
Okay, well, there you go. Like I said, $1 billion top prize up for grabs in tonight's Powerball drawing. And then finally, to pay off the story we teased, a Texas woman is under arrest in Dubai for what they say is shouting in public. Imagine yourself in this travel scenario. Tiara Allen, who's a 29-year-old social media influencer.
Oh, boy.
Mistake number
Strike one, right, yep.
From Houston, allegedly raised her voice while trying to retrieve her passport from a rental car company. That's all it took. She felt intimidated by an employee, so raised her voice. What does that person do? They go to the police and say, she just raised her voice at me. Her passport has now been confiscated, and she's been locked up for 2 months.
Oh, God.
A guilty conviction could net a lengthy prison sentence. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee is looking into the case, and this is another reminder that what is cool and copacetic here is seen vastly different in other areas around the world.
And we've had a couple of these social media influencers at landmarks. You know, obviously the one at the Coliseum. There was another Coliseum incident, and now another one over in India somewhere where somebody crawled up onto is it like an old something. And again, it's just one of those situations where these people don't understand decorum at all.
Anywhere.
I don't understand. She's an American abroad, foreign country, foreign language, and she does what all Americans do. You just raise your voice.
Right, yeah, that means you're right.
No, so they can understand you. Like, oh, you don't understand English? Well, I can't speak your language, so let me just talk louder.
Right. Or
and that got her arrested.
Or she could have that typical kind of influencer attitude of, hey, do you know who I am?
Yeah, we don't because we're in Dubai.
Right.
And you're from Houston.
And
I'm going to put you on blast.
Right.
Exactly.
Hey, guys, I'm here live in Dubai. Make sure to hit like and sub. Where am I going?
Ow!
And now you all are officially woke.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. 3 o'clock keyword is green, GREEN. Go to realradio.fm. Send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real Radio is Real Music Weekends. Real Music Weekends. This weekend on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by attorney Mo DeWitt. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro with a look at your Central Florida forecast. Another hot and humid day. Boy, will you be able to feel it. Forecast highs reaching 95 degrees with those feels-like temperatures well into the triple digits. We will be monitoring an increase in clouds this afternoon and a 50% chance for a few showers and thunderstorms, mainly after 2 o'clock. Then as we head into the overnight hours, lows will be in the upper 70s. I'm Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Let's get you a new bathroom courtesy of RebathMidFLA.com. Their offices are so easy to find. Their showroom is as well right there in Altamont Springs across from Kobe. You'll walk in and see some models set up. Understand those models are there just to show you what the products look like because every bathroom at Rebath is a custom bathroom. That's right. And you don't have to do anything. Once you decide, yes, these are the people I would like to have replace or remodel my bathroom, you're done. Your job at that point is just picking out the cool stuff for them to install. Their design team will come up with great ideas that really will complement the remainder of your home and get you the bathroom of your dreams. You can enjoy it every single day. They do the tubs, the sinks, the tiles, the lighting, the cabinetry. It's all right there. Hop online and look at the before and afters. That's really what tells the story of these guys. They do some incredible work, and they're ready to work with you right now and get you that bathroom you've loved or want to love forever. Hop on board, book your appointment. Your new bathroom is right there in Altamont at RebathMidFLA.com.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any.
Did you know trading in your car at a dealer could cost you money? Research shows consumers who trade in their car pay an average of $990 more. So don't trade in, sell it to We Buy Any Car. Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Research published in the Journal of Industrial Economics December 2015 showed buyers with a trade-in pay an average of $990 more than those who do not trade in their used cars.
What's the Anajar Levine difference? When you're injured in a car crash, we focus on your case so you can focus on the one thing that matters most. Getting better. I'm Glenn Levine with Anajar Levine. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call our legal team right now for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando.
My fellow Americans, RC Hill here from RC Hill Mitsubishi. I think it's high time we celebrate. To help you relieve stress and start having fun again. It's time to let freedom ride and break free from your old ride. And declare your independence in a nicer, newer car for just $7 down. Have you been feeling put down, fed up, or just plain tired? Then it's time to let freedom ride. So keep your cash and drive a new 23 Outlander for just $7 down. All RC Hill Mitsubishis include a lifetime limited warranty. Even if you've heard no in the past, America is a land of opportunity. And I believe everyone deserves to drive a nicer, newer car today. So kick your old ride to the curb and let freedom ride for just $7 down. But hurry, this celebration ends soon. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. Get free at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
$7 down requires bank approval. Negative equity may be refinanced. Example, stock number N12354. $7 down, $3.99 per month for 84 months, 3.9 APR.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale. Oh my, are you okay?
My baby boy is going off to college. And move-in day is almost here.
Well, right now through July 25th, you can save on everything they need for the semester. Plus, join us in-store on the 22nd and 23rd for giveaways, workshops, and more.
Did you say savings?
Yep. Come in-store or go to ikea-usa.com/readyforcollege to save on the semester. Offer valid dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store on ikea-usa.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Visit Ram.com or visit your local Ram dealer to find the perfect Ram truck for you. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, purchase and get 10% below MSRP on all 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn models. Not compatible with lease offers or with any other consumer incentive offers. Contact dealer for details. Take retail delivery by 7/31.
Applebee's daily deals for $9.99 and under. There's a deal every day for everyone. Just $9.99 and under. That's all day, every day. Get into your local Applebee's now. Daily deals are dine-in only and limited locations listed on nrpneighborhood.com. Limited time only while supplies last. Participation varies.
Hey, you want to get a Big Green Egg? The best place to go by far is Wassey's Meat Market. They will deliver and set up the Big Green Egg for you, and they make it so easy. Follow them on Instagram. It's Wassey's Meat Market, or just go to their website, wasseysmeatmarket.com, to get your Big Green Egg today.
Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live from the center of the story. Listen for free, anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
"Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis."
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The podcast, The Girlfriends, tells the story of Carol and Mindy, two women who both dated a man named Bob. On paper, Bob is the total package, a successful plastic surgeon, a pilot. But Carol and Mindy discovered that Bob could also be a murderer.
I, in a joking way, say to him, "Well, what did you do, murder your wife?" And his response was, "What do you know?"
Listen to The Girlfriends on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Car crash? Call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
You can watch radio being made on a daily basis. Jim Colbert Show.
If you want to leave us a talkback, you can do that. Just go get the iHeartRadio app. Once you get it, go to realradio.fm and use that little microphone to send it on down the line, and we'll play it on the air if it is good.
Yeah, make sure you follow Real Radio. When you open up the iHeart app, you bring up the station, just click follow. It puts us in your stations there, makes us easier to find in the future. And once a week, if we have a special guest and we send out a push notification, you'll be sure to get that too.
For sure. And we're going to have a special guest today at 5 o'clock. Kevin Spears is going to be on the show from the Orlando Sentinel. He's part of the crew that's investigating that water contamination issue out in Seminole County. So if you live in that area, specifically Heathrow and Lake Mary, you definitely want to listen today at 5:20.
Yeah.
No, Scott Maxwell, he'll be in basically for Scott. Important information about what's happening out there. And this is a possible carcinogen for humans. And certain people are more susceptible to it becoming problems. So you definitely want to listen at 5:20 today for sure. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. Took in some movies this week, and I know that you watched a movie last night.
Yeah.
I watched a movie last night. But one of the big things happening right now, we have a story coming up a little bit later related to this. Oppenheimer and Barbie, the Barbie movie that's been teased now for like 6 months, is finally hitting the big screen. And the crazy thing is between the two of them, of course, Oppenheimer is getting some juice because the cast is, I don't know that you could get more star-studded than that cast. Every major player in Hollywood seems to be in it.
I think even more so than the cast that it's a new Chris Nolan film.
Right, and it's a Christopher Nolan movie. That's what I was about to get to. But this Barbie movie that everybody was like, oh, it's a Barbie movie. It's got Margot Robbie, and it's got, who's the guy?
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling. And everybody, like I was reading the reviews this morning, everybody says it's an amazing movie.
So
it's supposed to be as funny as you can imagine. The story is supposed to be super solid, very relatable, and extremely good. So I'm excited about seeing it.
Because, if you look at the IP, that license of Barbie, it is globally recognized, but it's not the first license you would look at and go, oh yeah, this is going to make a great movie. What got this whole film off the ground is the script. That's what got Margot Robbie involved, Gosling involved, and then all of a sudden more and more stars got involved because when they read the script, they went, oh my God, this is amazing.
And it's not like bubblegum stuff. The stuff that I saw from the...
it's heavy.
It's a little heavy, but it's also almost like not like a Ron Burgundy kind of thing, but they do that, not fourth wall thing, but it's kind of similar to that. Like Kate McKinnon plays one of the people in there. She's talking to Barbie about wanting to be in the real world or whatever, and she gives the wrong answer. She goes, "Oh no, you got that wrong. Let's do it again." Kind of like that, almost like it was a retake, but they kept it in the movie kind of thing. So I'm excited about seeing it. But the movie I saw last night, and I want you to laugh at me now. Go ahead and get it out.
What a nerd!
There he goes again.
I saw the movie. Did you guys happen to see the movie Plane with Gerard Butler? Remember, he's a pilot. They have to crash. They have to land in a jungle.
Right. No, I remember we ran commercials for that. And yeah.
Buddy, let me tell you.
He has to rescue the people, right?
Don't sleep on the movie Plane.
Okay.
It was so much fun. It was so good. Of course, it's outlandish, of course, but it doesn't matter. That scene, the scene that they have where they have to put the plane down in the jungle, that's kind of part of the movie in the trailer. I'm not giving anything away. I told my wife that may be one of the most intense 9 minutes of film I've ever seen. It was incredibly cool. They do a great job. There's some far-fetched stuff, of course. It doesn't matter. It's a movie. You're just suspended the belief. But it was way better than I thought it was going to be. They just popped up on Netflix as the first movie we should watch. I said, we haven't seen it. Let's watch it. And it was surprisingly good.
So it pains me to ask, and I know you just said that, but... where did you stream
It's Netflix.
Are you sure?
100% Netflix.
Okay.
Oh, no. It could be Amazon Prime.
Or Showtime.
Or no, it's one of those two.
And then Tubi.
I think it was MySpace.
And then you saw Mission Impossible, the new one.
I saw the new Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 last night. I loved it. It was a lot of fun.
Cruise is a monster, man.
He is. The guy, he makes movies. He's a movie star.
Guys, that's his. I saw an article the other day. Is he the last major movie star kind of action guy? And I mean, that guy, he may have the best portfolio of movies in the history of movie making.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
When you look at his films from the first time he started making movies until right now, that dude has like maybe two medium okay, like Cocktail and one or two others. But other than
whoa, easy on the bartending one.
His portfolio is amazing.
It's funny because there's so many similarities with that and the new Indiana Jones movie, which I saw a week before.
Wow.
Same length, both 2.5 hours. Both have like a similar plot where they got to get two different pieces of something, they connect it to make something else.
Is there a whole bunch of like, oh, the old dog can learn a new trick?
They didn't lean into Tom's age as they did in Indiana Jones. However, they have train fight scenes as well on top of trains.
So good.
But the actions, it was just fun. It was good. It was exciting.
Can I ask you, did it add to the movie that you knew he was doing all the stunts? Or did you even think about that?
Several times throughout.
I think of it looking at the commercial.
I think he gets extra credit because I don't know if he does all of his own stunts.
Dude, I mean, when you drive a motorcycle off a cliff with a parachute, what else are you not going to do?
Yeah.
The dude held onto a helicopter outside, strapped into it on that last movie.
A plane.
A plane, even worse.
Well, yeah.
My God, he'll do anything. He's great. Look, man.
Yeah.
I don't care how many couches or if Zeno came to his birthday party. I don't care any of that stuff. That dude is a badass movie star. I'll see everything he makes.
I mentioned today that I saw the movie. Someone brought up Scientology. It's like, you know what? I sat in a 2.5-hour movie, loved it, and I didn't think about Scientology once.
Not one time. I don't care what he does.
That's how good his movies are. That's how good Top Gun was. I was like, man, I don't care if you're into weird stuff.
I don't care either. I don't care if you're Zenu's brother. I don't give a damn.
You keep doing that, and I will. Let's ride.
You got my $14 every time, dog.
Yeah, sure. I'll talk into these cans, whatever,
All
man.
right, 407-916-1041.
Real quick, just want to give everyone an update from Woke News that the jury in South Florida has come back with a judgment of $800,000 for the 4-year-old girl that had been burnt by the McNugget.
Wow, $800,000.
$800,000.
Wow. That'll get you a college.
A little less than the $15 million the parents
just a
wanted,
touch.
but you know.
All right, 407-916-1041. New keyword and Animal House next.
The 2023 Real Radio Charity Poker Tournament presented by JustCallMode.com will be August 19th. Get the details at realradio.fm/poker.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Seeing heavy traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area. This is due to a crash blocking 2 lanes eastbound on the interstate at Michigan Street. Looking at another crash causing stop-and-go delays on OBT at Land Street with reported roadblock causing these heavy backups. Another crash blocking the right lane on Aloma Avenue at Howell Branch Road. If you see traffic problems, call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Gatorland.
Gatorland knows you need more animals, more gators, and more fun. And now, Florida residents get what they need for less with $16.50 admission now through the end of June. We know what y'all need. Y'all need Gatorland.
And you know what's great about doing business with Mills Air? I called Leon Mills, had some problems. Deb's mom, Ross. This is the answer you get when you text Leon Mills. What can I do to help? That's the entire, that is the absolute motive of everything they do at Mills Air. Like, what can we do to help? And they understand when your AC goes out in this state, 97 degrees today. It's going to be 97 until probably middle of end of September. You need an AC company you can depend on with integrity that's not going to take advantage of you when you get in a situation where you really need help. That's not what they're about at all. These guys give you great service, incredible products, and a smile when they leave. And when they leave, you know they're not having to come back because they do the job right the first time. Plus, they've been doing this for 30 years. Lean on that experience and let these guys take care of you the way they take care of all of us here on the show. Their techs are awesome people. You don't even have to know what kind of AC you have. They can repair it. And if you need a brand new one, even better news. Carrier factory authorized dealers that can get up to $1,275 in rebates on a brand new Carrier unit. Always turn to the experts at Carrier and certainly turn to family owned and operated Mills Air. Call these guys today. 407-277-1159. Online, it's easy. MillsAir.com.
I'm good at cutting hair, but I never cut my budget too close.
Amscott's installment cash advance from $100 to $1,000 could mean more money and more time to pay it back. And no credit check. Amscott, some restrictions apply, subject to approval.
Fence Outlet customer Amy said,
"We had a fire on our property and needed to replace our fence quickly. We have grandchildren and pets and we were concerned for their safety. A friend recommended Fence Outlet. We scheduled a free quote and they had our privacy and safety restored quickly."
Visit fenceoutlet.com today. License number C10252 and C10803.
That's right. It's a real mess out there, Kate. We're seeing heavy congestion on the eastbound lanes of the main expressway with traffic backed up for miles.
What do traffic and debt have in common? You don't want to be in either for too long.
Move into the fast lane with Fairwinds Credit Union. We'll help you set goals, save more, and be your guide to achieving financial freedom together. Visit fairwinds.org/together and become a member today. Fairwinds. Financial freedom happens here. Federally insured by NCUA.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
If you ride a motorcycle in Florida, someone can hit you and hurt you and legally not have insurance to pay you. Uninsured motorist coverage can help save you from financial ruin. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When a restaurant closes, my reaction is, that sucks. They had good steak. When regional banks close, or 3 of them close overnight, it freaks me out. This is why I have my own personal gold reserve. It's part of my personal protection plan. Call my friends at Oxford Gold Group. Call 833-404-GOLD. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Stay cool this summer with AC Pro and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after mail-in rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. Beat the heat before you hit the road with AC Pro at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, GRAND. G-R-A-N-D. GRAND. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm and answer your phone if you get the call. Good luck.
So apparently Facebook is still a thing?
Search gym members and join our group.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Your 4 o'clock keyword is GRAND, G-R-A-N-D. Go to realradio.fm and send that on for your chance at $1,000. GRAND is your 4 o'clock keyword. Welcome back. I am Jim. Jack and Ross right over there, and Deb has Animal House.
She likes them fuzzy, furry, feathery, tough, and scaly. It's time for Animal House with Deborah Roberts.
And as always, Animal House is generously brought to you each and every week by personal injury attorney Glenn Klausman of Klausman Law. We're going to tell you how you can get in touch with Glenn at the end of Animal House. But now it's time to welcome some good friends back to Animal House, Kathy Burns and Sally Edmonds from the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando.
Thanks for having us back.
Of course. Go to JimColbertLive.com and you actually see these guys. We have a camera on them. You can not only see the friend that we have here, you can see Sally and Kathy as well.
Poppet's cuter.
Poppet.
No offense, Sally. I mean,
Poppet is a doll.
So
Yeah.
what is Poppet?
Poppet is a 3-month-old little puppy that came to us from the Cayman islands, actually.
Oh, is she? No, hold on now, because I mean, didn't we have the rescue dogs from the storms?
Yeah,
but she's only 3 months old, so it can't be one of those. So how does she come about from the Caymans?
Through the storms, we established ongoing relationships, honestly, and they experience a lot of pet overpopulation in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Roaming dogs.
Yeah, not a lot of neutering and spading going on there.
I mean, they try. You would think with a finite number
Right.
and an island that they could control, but they're just not there yet.
Yeah, it's tough.
So she flew here?
She did. Cayman Airways.
Wow, really?
To Tampa.
By herself.
Irie.
Wow. So what breed is she? Is she a mix? She looks kind of like a lab a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a mixed breed. We find that most of the island pups have a pretty diverse background because of the roaming dogs.
They get around. That's an easy way to say hose. A lot of hose up in the islands.
On both sides.
That's right.
And is she already available for adoption, or is she still in foster?
She is. She's actually, we picked her up last weekend.
Sunday.
Gosh.
Just Sunday.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
So we're here to pimp this dog out.
There you go.
Yeah.
She is available for adoption. She's already been altered, microchipped, ready to go.
Sally, are you sure you don't want to add this to your collection of the other 50 that you have at home?
No, I just added another.
Did you really? That's like 15 of them or so, isn't
Yeah.
it? Isn't it really?
Seriously, how many dogs do you have?
Sally, do you need therapy?
No, she doesn't. She's
I
got
have a
dogs.
therapy dog.
Exactly.
Got that covered.
How many do you have? Like, you really have that many?
I have
kinda
five.
Five.
Oh, that's not bad.
I don't think it's bad.
Of course you don't.
Thank you, Dad.
I don't think it's bad. Oh, hang on, Pop.
Is it just you and the dogs? Do you have a man that has to deal with all this?
He loves them.
Oh my God! I bet he does. I bet he does. Oh man. What's it? I mean, listen. What all the breeds are you have? Are these all dogs that come from the alliance that you just have a hard time letting go from?
Yes, they were all my fosters.
Were they?
Yes,
You're a foster fail.
all the time.
You're a foster
All the
fail.
time.
'Cause, you know, I give mad respect to fosters
too, yeah.
for the
Yeah.
ability to keep a beautiful animal in your home for a few months, knowing that your job is really just to get them ready for their next forever home.
That's right.
Sally, don't look at me like that. It
Yeah,
happens.
yeah.
It
I
happens.
say looking for love without commitment. Foster, man.
Exactly.
I love that attitude. Nothing wrong with that. at all.
We need our own Tinder for that.
Do all of your fosters stay inside, or are they all outside dogs? Or
No, they all stay inside. In fact, we have a small foster room that we use. So they're all inside. They play with my dogs. We go for a walk.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
go in the pool. I mean, they're
so
part of the family.
Now, I know you work there and you're a foster, but other people can become fosters as well, can they not?
Yes.
What's the application process like to do that?
It's fairly easy. It's all done online. They even have online training available through our website, petallianceorlando.org. And we're always looking for fosters. Typically, it's unweaned kittens and dogs, but it can also be like medical need. I have a foster currently that is recovering from surgery.
Okay.
But I won't keep him.
Okay. You want?
Are you
Lovely.
sure?
I'm sure. Love him to death. But yeah.
And cats as well?
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Absolutely.
What's easier to foster, a cat or a dog?
Cat.
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah,
it does. But you know,
that was a quick answer from the dog hoarder.
Fostering is a great way to have that animal companionship without necessarily making the full-time commitment. So let's say your job keeps you on the road for a couple of weeks, but then you're home and you've got some time and you know you want to foster, and you guys provide your fosters with everything they're going to need, right?
Absolutely.
So what does that mean?
Supplies, medication.
So
for
food, really?
Food, litter. Oh,
Wow,
yeah,
really?
whatever they might need.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Now, how long do the programs last? I mean, can you keep them indefinitely, or is it like you keep them for a month and then you have to give them back?
Can
Or
you keep them indefinitely?
Sally
Right,
does.
Sally?
You're the outlier, kid. You're the outlier. I'm trying to figure out regular people, what regular human beings do.
So they'll know when they put a request out how long they would need
Oh, I see.
for recovery from surgery or age related.
Right.
So if they put out a request for 6-week-old kittens or puppies, they'll say approximately 2 weeks. And you're right. A shorter time frame would be great.
It's perfect because it allows you to have animal companionship, but you don't have that commitment, which a lot of people are worried about with work hours or finances.
Right, yeah.
You know, knowing that the Pet Alliance will supply you with everything you need. Your job is to just, take care of them for a couple of weeks, get them ready to be adopted out.
That's right.
And the age range actually is kind of important too, because if you're in a point where you're not as active as you used to be, you can get a dog that's maybe up there, or a cat that's up there in age a little bit, doesn't require as much exercise, or you're kind of a last owner kind of thing, not to be morbid, but that that kind of feeling.
Yeah.
Senior animals are the best.
They are. At times,
I agree.
We'll have a hospice animal.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Foster hospice of
Right.
sorts for a senior. Yeah, not too often.
Oh, wow.
And that takes a very big heart to do that, but it's also got to be like, is there anybody who's a little too into that? Because that would be a red flag.
She's right there. She is literally right there.
It's Ross again, you guys.
I know. I'm talking simply like about all old dogs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's not anybody here.
No, you seem to be making direct eye contact with me. I don't need a foster human.
Well, I'm looking at you because I don't know where to look.
Sally's house is full. I can't go anywhere.
Well, you said you have 5 dogs, but I'm sure they're all varying ages, right?
Well, the youngest is 7 months, and then the oldest is 15 years old.
Oh my goodness! So yes, the answer is like wow, yes.
So all I'm saying is that if there's somebody out there who's only taking care of elderly dogs, I think that they would be like, wow, that's such a nice person. But if you do it too much, then it's like that's weird.
Yeah. You want to be around there right now?
Or they're like, wow, what a weird question.
Yeah.
The senior
Jack
dogs-
Kevorkian's looking for another dog. I don't get it, but
Sally and I both have seniors, but they've lived their lives with us. So
Yeah.
that's a little different.
And I know the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando, it's obviously named that for a reason, because you guys work with a number of other shelters and programs like this. I mean, how big is the scope of your spread here in Central Florida?
So we have our primary location for cats and dogs, and then a public clinic all in Sanford. We have a cat location downtown, and we have our Alafaya clinic. So throughout all, I think it's really, we're the experts for pets in Central Florida.
Yeah, for sure.
Provide education, affordable care, spay neuter,
Right.
TNVR for community cats. And, you were talking about inflation and cost.
Right.
We really want to address pet retention. So twice a month we have our pet food pantry, and that's very much reliant on donations of pet food, so that we actually have a drive-through and they get dog food or cat food. And in this day and age, that can mean a lot.
That can mean the difference with a family keeping the animal or having to surrender them. And
That's right.
I mean, we had such high hopes during the pandemic that the animals that were adopted out would stay out, but that hasn't been the case, right?
I think the percentages aren't as scary as we might have worried about, but we are seeing returns.
Yeah.
And we're seeing behavior issues with those pandemic pups that weren't socialized, people going back to work, separation anxiety, etc. So some of that. And then I feel like we're seeing even more senior dogs with medical issues come in because people simply
Can't afford the vet
can't
bills.
afford the care.
Wow,
That's
that's
right.
amazing. And I know that, by the way, Sally and Kathy here from Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando.
And Pop It.
Yeah, PetAllianceofGreaterOrlando.org, by the way, if you want to go see the website. So hurricane season approaching us, and of course it's supposed to be relatively active this year, and that continues all the way through September.
November.
November. But I mean, we've seen it go deep. Last year we had one deep. So with that said, how do you guys prepare for hurricane season for pets and stuff, especially as people, like you're saying, people are getting food now because they just need it now. I would assume that hurricane season offers some extra adversity for you guys.
It does. Preparing as a shelter, we have to secure pets, have potable water, food for 2 weeks, and we've prepared our property just like anyone would. Tree trimming already.
Yeah. Right.
Thinking ahead so there's no damage, hopefully, or flooding. Sandbags, just like anyone else. We will get dogs out to foster care. Oh, goodness.
She broke wind.
During the hurricane, which is great. Get them out of the shelter and in a home during a hurricane, which is nice. And individuals who have pets should prepare as well. Have access, just
Records.
like us. Bottled water, food,
Meds.
medication.
Yep.
Records of vaccinations if
Yep.
you have to evacuate to a shelter.
Crates ready.
Yeah.
records. Yep.
That's very important.
It
Actually,
is.
that's unbelievably vital because you can't get your pet into a shelter without those vaccination records, can you not?
You have to have proof of rabies.
Right, yeah.
Minimally.
Yeah.
But they would look for other vaccines, just like as if you were going to a boarding facility.
Right. So like this canine or like the cat viruses.
Yep. So there's combo boosters that cats and dogs get each year. And then for dogs, and there's Bordetella to prevent kennel cough. So all of those would be necessary.
Yeah. Bordetella sounds like a wonderful pasta dish.
And then lastly, what are you guys doing with this heat?
Yeah.
Because this is a challenge for,
It really, really
and
is.
it consistently is every summer, but this year it just
Yeah.
seems exceptional to me when it comes to the heat.
For sure. I mean, we've been talking within the shelter again about the care, fans, limited exercise, pools with water. I mean, I've restricted access to our parking lot because pause on that asphalt.
Wow.
It's too hot. And our artificial turf yards because, like, literally you could fry it. If you can feel it through your shoes.
Yeah. It
It's
gets brutal.
too hot for a dog's paw pads.
Yeah. I figured that out. We used to go play pickup football at Florida Field, where University of Florida plays, and it used to be an artificial turf. And we'd go there in the summer because nobody was playing. And believe it or not, you could just kind of go out there and play. And I remember stepping foot on that thing for the first time and thinking, "What the blank? How could you play on this? It's so unbelievably hot."
It really, really is far hotter than just regular grass.
Wow.
Exactly.
So people at home have to understand the risks, right? Clearly, you cannot, in this weather, leave a dog in a car, not
Like,
even for minutes.
I would say even with the windows down almost.
No.
I mean, it's unbelievably unsafe.
You can't. And then walking, you really should limit and know your dogs that are more susceptible to heat. The short-nosed dogs, do not exercise them in this weather.
Right, yeah. We have one of those.
100%.
We have one of those, and we were very, very cognizant of what she does.
Yeah.
Even as young as she is, we have to pay attention to it.
You have to be careful.
Yeah.
Look for those signs of heat exhaustion and or stroke. If you have a larger dog that is overweight, potentially, and a lot of fur, again, limit exercise.
Right. You guys have anything coming up you need to remind everybody about?
So we do have our annual Best Friends Wine Label contest.
Yeah.
It's active right now, so you can submit pictures of your personal pet and get people to vet.
Now, do you have
vote.
enough? Now, do you have enough server space for Sally to be a part of this?
We do. She can post all of her
my
babies. Yeah, we do. So there's a dog and a cat category. It's a local winery. They'll do a red and a white. They can upload pictures until the end of July, and then voting starts in August.
Very cool.
And where do folks go to vote and get more information on where they can enter their pets?
Right on our website, petallianceorlando.org.
And that's where you get the information to adopt Poppet as well?
Yes, indeed.
The sweet little 3-month-old from the
cutie.
Caymans. She is. She's such a great personality, too.
Oh, and a hell of a farter.
Yeah,
She really likes to share.
I warned you.
Yeah,
She's a
you
sharer.
did.
All right, we got to get out of here for sure.
All right, you guys. Thank you once again, Kathy, Sally, and Poppet.
Oh, yeah, buy that dog.
Yeah, definitely get Poppet.
Yes.
And we want to let you know that Animal House is brought to you each week by Glenn Klausman of Klausman Law. So if you or someone you know, someone you work with or love, maybe they were in a car, a truck, and even a motorcycle accident, here's a couple of reasons why you need to call Glenn. One, he never passes you off to a caseworker, but will personally handle your case, so much so he's going to give you his personal cell phone number and then pick it up when you call. Just a couple of reasons why year after year he's voted legal, elite, and super lawyer. He's also an animal lover and a true friend of the show. So if you've been in an accident, give him a call, 407-917-1718, or check him out online at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com.
Thanks, Deb. 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
You know you're going to waste part of your day on social media, so why not waste it with us? Real Radio 1041 on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Klausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Klausman Law. KlausmanLaw.com.
Seeing heavy traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area. This is due to a crash blocking 2 lanes eastbound on the interstate at Michigan Street. Looking at another crash causing stop-and-go delays on OBT at Land Street with reported roadblock causing these heavy backups. Another crash blocking the right lane on Aloma Avenue at Howell Branch Road. If you see traffic problems, call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Wawa. Wawa's new Rechargers are energy drinks for everyday doers. Whether you're going out or staying in, power through your day with a new handcrafted iced or frozen Wawa Recharger. Gotta have a Wawa.
And let's get you the grill of your dreams. Of course, I'm talking about Tools Ace Hardware. They have all the outdoor stuff you need, whether it be polywood furniture, that almost indestructible furniture that you can get, doesn't fade, doesn't crack, won't change colors. But they have the grills, man. Weber, including that Genesis series, which is one of the best propane grills I've ever cooked on in my entire life. Amazing. Big Green Egg and all those sizes. Napoleon grills as well. Plus pizza ovens, not only from Uni, but others as well. You can get anything you need. These guys have all the cooking implements you want, all the accessories, all the great rubs and spices and marinades, and of course, all those great smoking woods and hardwoods as well. It's Tools Ace. Remember, any grill purchase $3.99 and up, they'll set it up for you. That's right. Find your location today and get the grill of your dreams. It's toolsacehardware.com.
GiveMeTheVin.com now has 40 offices around the U.S. 40. We did $2 billion in buys last year, $2 billion with a B, because we pay the most, we're easy to deal with, and we take care of you, the customer. That's why we have 4 stars, the highest rankings of any car buyer. GiveMeTheVin.com dominates. Why? Because we take care of our customers. They don't call me America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It happens in a matter of seconds, but the aftermath can last a lifetime. Car crash, slip and fall, there's only one Mo you should call, the Mo you know. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale. Oh my, are you okay? My baby boy is going off to college. And move-in day is almost here. Well, right now through July 25th, you can save on everything they need for the semester. Plus, join us in-store on the 22nd and 23rd for giveaways, workshops, and more. Did you say savings? Yep. Come in-store or go to ikea-usa.com/ready-for-college to save on the semester. Offer valid dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store on ikea-usa.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Are your health insurance premiums making you sick? Did you go with one of those high-deductible, limited network Obamacare plans? Well, you're not stuck with it. Or did you go with a health plan outside of the marketplace that's costing you an arm and a leg? There are better options. The folks at USABG Florida offer plans where you only meet a deductible if you go into a hospital. You pick your doctors, and it's 30 to 60% lower than most other plans. If you pay for your own health insurance, you're uninsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, you need to talk to an expert. Call USABG Florida at 321-380-4540. That's 321-380-4540. Or go to USABGFlorida.com. That's USABGFlorida.com. They can customize a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government. Don't let your health insurance premiums keep making you sick. Call USABG Florida today at 321-380-4540 or USABGFlorida.com.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep SUV is now during the Summer of Jeep event. Well-qualified returning FCA lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x2 for $439 a month for 39 months with $2,999 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current lease must end by 7/31/24. Extra charge for miles over 32,500. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/31. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
These days, more often than not, the success of a company is attributed to its founder. But that's only part of the story.
My name is Noah Callahan Bever, and I'm proud to present Idea Generation's All Angles, a Will Packer Media podcast. We'll be talking to all the key players from all your favorite brands like Loud Records, Ghetto Gastro, and Earn Your Leisure. So join me each week as we dissect the most dynamic companies in culture, because the only way to truly understand success is to look at it from all angles. Listen to Idea Generation's All Angles on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Law from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan.
Obviously, this is why YouTube was created. Obviously, at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Hey guys, I hope you guys are doing well. It's Mo Manj, the realtor. You guys have been talking about this Siemens building issue. My family is the one that bought that building, and we actually had our offices over there. But also, they built massive volleyball courts in the back over there, and we used to play a lot of volleyball back there. So I'll definitely be listening later on. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, you definitely want to do that. Kevin Spears coming up at 5:20 in place of Scott Maxwell. He's a writer for the Orlando Sentinel. He and a couple of his workmates over there have uncovered a 3-part series. You can actually read OrlandoSentinel.com. That's one of the many reasons you should subscribe to the Sentinel anyway, especially if you live here in Central Florida, because, you know, the news stations, God bless them, they're not going to go out there and investigate stuff like this. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to do this, and news TV is more of a quick hit, you know, who ran their car into a building and things like that. Again, not demeaning what they do, but this is real investigative journalism. This is what they do. This is how they cut their teeth.
No, the news media does what we do on radio. We read the paper to see what stories to cover.
Yeah, no doubt. And the people covering the story, again, like I said yesterday, like one of them has less than 30 years of experience. One is the Seminole County reporter. Right. Another is their environmental reporter. So if you did work at that building and you have something to share, they'd love to hear from you. You can find their contact info on the story itself on the Orlando Sentinel.
And that's what Kevin's been doing from the Sentinel for a while, is covering like our waterways, the environmental aspects of it. You know, when it happened in Seminole County, and, you know, to his credit, Lee Constantine has been a warrior for the environmental situations up there in Seminole County. One of the reasons we've kept a lot of those areas as natural as possible. Even when they built the extension from 46 going all the way through Mount Dora, he was one of the people, I believe, that came forward and said, hey, we got to raise this thing up so it doesn't disturb the natural habitats of an area that's very sensitive right now. And he was part of this story as well. And a lot of people were in the dark. Man, a lot of people. The thing that's scary about this is how long it went unnoticed and unreported. And now there are reports of, you'd go behind that building, there'd be these piles of steel drums full of this liquid that had this weird smell to it, and now we find out what it is. And when I tell you guys the number, I read the entire thing this morning, 3 parts. I read the entire thing, and the concentration of this chemical and how much water it can contaminate is awe-inspiring.
Yeah, because there's nothing to slow it down. The sand in the aquifer, it doesn't filter it out.
It's a forever chemical as well. In other words, it doesn't break down into other chemicals. And a lot of times when you'll have situations like that, where a chemical will spill or whatever, it is alarming, but the scientists understand as that chemical gets older and it encounters certain heat or certain other aspects of our environment, it'll start breaking down into other chemicals that aren't as caustic or harmful to us. This one does not do that. And as a matter of fact, they say it gets into the shale, into our aquifers, and then can leach out over a series of years.
Generations.
Right.
1,4-dioxane is the name of it, and it was an industrial cleaner that they said...
that they used in manufacturing telephone parts.
Exactly, and some of the complaints from the employees was how shoddily, the company had them dispose of it. In some cases, just put the barrels out in the sun and let them evaporate, and that was per the manufacturer's recommendation.
Unbelievable.
They would talk about funky smells after a heavy rain.
Yep.
Stuff going down drains that shouldn't have gone down the drain.
Incredible, man. All right, so we'll do that at 5:20 today for sure. 407-916-1041. Your 4 o'clock keyword is grand. Go over there and get your money. Let me ask you a question.
All right.
No.
Is it math?
What do you think?
Ross is ready.
It's not. What do you think, according to, I can't give it. According to Statista, by 2028, this men's market will be worth $115 billion. What do you think I'm talking about?
Hair growth.
No, not exactly.
I'll go D pills.
No, not D pills. Yeah, that's probably already that's probably more than 115 right now.
Beard grooming.
Specifically hair?
I will give it to Jack. It's just male grooming in general.
I was going to say their hair.
Let me tell you something, guys.
Makeup.
This has exploded. I read this story today. This is via CNN, and it says men's grooming is booming. According to data gathered by market insight company Statista, the global male grooming market is supposed to be worth $115 billion by 2028, up from nearly $80 billion in 2022. So it's going to add almost $40 billion in value in just a few years, just 6 years or so. It's going to add that much value. And the interesting thing is where they said this really happened. What do you think really boosted this into reality?
Social media?
No.
Alex Rodriguez, because he was the first person that was a spokesperson for male makeup, and I thought, wow, that guy is brave.
Yeah, he is brave and rich as
Yeah,
hell.
yeah.
What do you think, Jack?
Oh, why it's where it started?
Yeah, why they think it grew so fast so quickly.
Oh, skin cancer.
No, it's the pandemic. They said as people were locked up, they wanted to look better when they came back out of this thing because they didn't take care of themselves for years because they didn't have to. They were stuck at home. And by the way, they give credit to one person, and it is an athlete, for pushing this in the 90s and making it a thing and really starting the wave. And it's up your alley.
Really?
Yeah,
soccer.
David Beckham is the answer.
Yeah,
so
he
David
was about
Beckham
that.
was the first quote unquote metrosexual
Because he's so gorgeous.
that allowed men to go, well, he doesn't look gay. I mean, really, I'm not trying to be crass here. You know, David Beckham was married to a very beautiful woman,
Still is
an incredible, successful guy. He, and unfortunately, male grooming, taking care of yourself, putting on oils, taking care of your hair, was considered kind of femme for a long time.
That was the dawn of the metrosexual
That's
movement.
exactly what it was.
So, as far as the pandemic, was it for coming out of the pandemic, or was it because we were all doing more on Zoom and video calls that they wanted to start looking better? As you see yourself, because in most Zoom meetings, people are spending more time looking at themselves than they are the other people.
Sure enough, and I'm sure that had a lot to do with it. The story doesn't mention that a whole bunch. What it basically says is as they came out and started going back into the office, they started kind of paying attention to themselves a little bit more because they didn't for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And then it became normal. Like you're saying, Alex Rodriguez was doing it. And other major athletes and professional entertainers started really they give Harry Styles a lot of credit for pushing this entire idea forward of men using facial creams and, putting product in their hair and really trying to look as good as possible and take care of their skin more. That was not a thing that men don't do. Like, I don't do that kind of stuff.
I'll never forget.
Obviously.
I'll never forget that Alex Rodriguez commercial because I just was like, man, that makes sense because he's really good at looking better than what he really is.
Yeah.
So male makeup.
Nice.
Male makeup really fits the bill of A-Rod over there in New York.
Yeah, they said that in the 90s there was a one-size-fits-all approach when Gillette pretty much ruled the roost, but soccer star David Beckham came along, and that's where things changed. Men started buying serums. They started doing facial regimens to make sure that their skin was healthy. And my wife has told me 1,000 times, she says, why don't you just simply moisturize your face and your head?
Let's go. I've been saying
Seriously,
that.
why do you guys not do that?
It's the stigma of it.
It's not the stigma. The same Vaseline intensive care hand lotion, you just slap a little bit on your face. You'd be amazed the effects it can have.
The stigma is the same reason he doesn't use a bidet. However, I think because it's it's something else to do. You just want to get in, get out, floss, brush, you fix your hair, and get out.
Yeah.
And what's
But that's like I said. What stigma? Having great looking skin when you're in your 50s instead of looking like a leather handbag that was left out in the sun in Arizona.
Why are you acting?
That's you, Jimmy.
Why are you acting like you would put on lotion in front of thousands of people?
Oh,
well, with his windows in his bathroom, with his landscapers, he very well could be.
It says the assumption was that men knew and thought little about feminine active self-care, with the focus, therefore, landing on convenience above all. It's exactly what Jack was saying. We want to get, if I have to shave, I want it to happen as quickly as possible. If I have to cut my hair, I want to do it as quickly as possible. And I don't really worry about, moisturizing or taking care of my face that way because it's just, that's considered girl stuff.
Well, I got to tell you that with the girls who are doing these grooming things, we also wanted to go as quick as possible.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I mean, and again, the biggest misconception, like Ross is at the perfect age. Actually could have started doing it just a little bit younger, but he's still in that perfect age range where if he started moisturizing every day,
He does, doesn't he?
I do.
Okay,
do you really?
but look at his skin.
You moisturize every day?
When he showers.
Every time I'm out of a shower.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't shower today, but yeah.
You moisturize your face?
Yeah.
So when you're in your 50s, people will probably still think you're in your 40s.
Well, I mean, you have incredible hair, too, dude. You have the hair of
Yeah,
a-
but look at his
Oh, I must have
skin.
the F word there.
And then my wife went ahead and surprised me one day with a neck cream. And then at first I was like,
Yeah.
that's very nice of you. And then I thought, what are you trying to tell me?
A neck cream?
Yeah, dude, I got a neck cream.
Because it's the one, that and the décolletage.
Décolletage?
Is
Yeah,
the
what
one-
you know about the décolletage, Jim? Come on!
It doesn't go very fast.
There is no plastic surgery for this area of your body. So creams and tightening serums are about the only thing you'll be able to do. That's why Nora Ephron wrote the book, I Hate My Neck.
Yeah. By the way, there's the brands are becoming way smarter, and they're starting to market toward men. There's consider the success of the brand The Ordinary. This is a brand that sells affordable single ingredient products in genderless packaging. In other words, it's not trying to go after any market.
Good.
It says the Ordinary's parent company, DCM, posted profits of $460 million in 2021. What percentage of that do you think went to men? What percentage of that $460 million in sales in 2021 went toward men buying the products?
18%.
Ooh, yeah, 20%.
25.
38%.
Give me the ding.
Almost half of the money that this company made was dudes buying face creams and gels and serums and whatnot.
So what stops you?
Well, it's just lazy, and I don't care. I probably should, but I don't.
That, I think, is more than any stigma
Yeah.
issue.
It's
Because no one's going to know you're putting on makeup, Jimmy.
Yeah, no. I'm not putting on makeup.
It was-
I would not wear makeup. I have worn makeup on the show. To
Then
cover
what happened to your liver spots?
Well, I was going to say
They're gone.
to cover this damn island I have up here. This cancer. I almost said the F word again.
Yeah, no,
What
I
is
like-
this
what
cancer.
is
island.
wrong with you?
I'm
No,
mad as F today.
I like
Get some
it.
Bondo.
Hold on, get it.
I like looking at a beige Haiti on your forehead.
Get it, Deb. Get
Yeah.
that thing out of there.
Jim Gorbachev.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone. Look how magical that is. Oh, it's so much better.
Oh, wow.
Oh, get out of there. Look at that.
That's the first time I've seen you smile all year.
Daniel,
And it's July.
Daniel Dennis used to say my head looked like a dinosaur egg. It says men are investing in more products like oils, balms, and conditioners to keep their facial hair
Hey,
healthy and stylish.
Bath bomb over there.
Now, the beard thing, I get. And the beard thing happened like 5-6 years ago when all these real high-level shaving and men's kind of hair places popped up, like Floyd's Barbershop and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they sell like we have $35 eucalyptus cream for your
Dude,
beard.
let me tell you something. I went to a friend's wedding a few years back, and I said, you know what? It was Daniel's wedding. I think it was Daniel's wedding. It may not have been. And I went to one of these places that's one of these high-level, men's grooming shops where you go get your face shaved, like the old
There
straight
you
razor
go.
on 9 yards.
With a nice hot towel to really open the
Oh,
pores.
yeah, I was there for an hour and a half, and it was fantastic. And then I had to pay for it. How much do you think they charge my bald ass?
$150.
Not quite.
100.
$125.
Well, I figured 150 was with the tip.
Dollars. $125 to shave my face. You know what the great thing about that was? I had to do it again 4 days later. I had
Yeah.
to shave my face again 4 days later. Like if I pay $125 for you to shave my face, it better last a month. It did not.
If a bald dude walks into a barbershop, he should be walking out with the same amount of dollars.
Exactly.
Well, just so you know,
The shave was like $40, man.
this isn't just metrosexuals
damn.
this is hitting. Someone just texted us at 77031. Not only did they pay $20 for a fly haircut this morning to hack them grays away, but this gentleman also says, I have a very stern regimen of Clinique face wash and Clinique daily moisturizer. I look all caps, young and fabulous. Deputy Scott, thank you. Be safe out
Yeah,
there.
for sure. China is where this is exploding, by the way, because for some reason, they're saying that there are certain things with Asian men where they want their skin to look as young and as supple as possible. It's like, I guess it's a cultural thing.
Well, that and the work pressure there in Asia is like unbelievable.
And one of the other things, of course, social media does have a massive impact on this when you see your favorite stars. And of course, this is a younger group of people. Harry Styles is the one that they talk about here. When you see those people openly talking about, using face cream and endorsing those products, younger guys are going to get into that. And by the way, that represents, they said the younger audience, when it comes to skincare, is now representing 45% of the total skincare market is sold to men.
Because Ross's generation realizes the importance of taking care of your skin starting with when you're young. And it has nothing to do with gender roles. It's about what you want to look like when you're 30 years down the road.
And because of that is why I'm going to the dermatologist to get these. Hey, check out that spot, Doc. Is that all right?
Yeah.
You got to use sunscreen, too.
And by the way, that's the other thing that they mentioned in here. Like, a lot of these products started selling really well because they included sunscreen in there, SPF products in there. And, of course, now we're going through this whole thing where it's 1 billion degrees everywhere.
That's what my face cream has.
Really?
SPF
Same
15.
here. Yeah, so does mine.
I think all my wife's new stuff.
It has to.
Has a little of that, like SPF 5 or 10 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's a real low one, but they build it in there to keep the sun from damaging your skin.
All right, I'll do it.
Even a lot of makeup has SPF in it as well.
It stopped being work the second I didn't moisturize after a shower, and I was like, oh, I don't like how this feels.
It's tight,
and
right?
you get used to you really you enjoy what moisturizing lotion does after a shower after a couple spins.
So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try this, all right? And here's what I'll get one. Do you have one that you recommend?
I mean, there's a couple. For main brands, I'm a big Aveeno guy.
Aveeno, you like an Aveeno guy?
You know what?
Let me untuck this.
Here we go. I have the perfect solution.
What do we got?
I have some extra skincare. Okay, I have a face wash. I have a moisturizing face cream. I have a dark spot remover. I have a couple. I will bring you in.
All right.
Your own little kit.
Do it.
Of face creams.
All right, do it.
All right, and we'll do like a 30-day before and after.
That's exactly what we're going to do. That's exactly what I was
You
gonna
do that,
propose.
and I'll just buy my own.
Okay.
Thanks. Whatever.
No, I've got enough to share.
I'll
I'll bring in a set for both of you guys.
I will start it this weekend.
All right.
How much makeup do you have?
And I will
I've had these things.
I
my
will
God.
do it through August, and at the end of August, we'll do before and afters.
Okay.
And we'll see exactly how I look moisturizing for 1 month.
Now, I can tell you, Jack, the reason why
I
is
just
because
tucked it.
I had it on regular renewal for these orders, but it's Cindy Crawford's Meaningful Beauty. I've been using it for about 8 years.
I love Cindy.
I bought her product because I loved her after I met her and interviewed
Cindy
her,
is
and then
awesome.
seeing the other actresses that she had on her, and then using the product. I mean, Cindy's skin at 50, she doesn't look any different than when I talked to her in her 20s.
My wife's part of that Kardashian clue, but she likes all that Kardashian stuff. And let me tell you, man, I was like, what, baby? Why do you buy that stuff? And then she came out of the bathroom with that stuff on one day. I'm like, come here. Get over. Her face was like glowing,
Well,
dude.
see, now you're going to be able to offer up the same for her.
Deb, do you have any makeup?
Shut your mouth, Jack.
Do you have any makeup that would be like close to the same effect as Nicolas Cage in Travolta's film Face Off? Because I have a feeling that's what we're going to need for this before and after.
407-916-1041. That felt like a shot.
It did.
It was wordy, but yes, it was.
All right, back in a sec.
Something on your mind? Text us at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro with a look at your Central Florida forecast. Another hot and humid day. Boy, will you be able to feel it. Forecast highs reaching 95 degrees with those feels like temperatures well into the triple digits. We will be monitoring an increase in clouds this afternoon and a 50% chance for a few showers and thunderstorms, mainly after 2 o'clock. Then as we head into the overnight hours, lows will be in the upper 70s. I'm Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. If summer is heating up your hiring needs, then you need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor your first job and get hiring today by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Man, let's get you a new bathroom, courtesy of RebathMidFLA.com. These guys are great, and all they do is bathrooms. It's not rebath and cabinets or rebath and gutters. It's just rebath, and rebath means they're redoing your bathroom, remodeling or replacing your bathroom. That's what they do quite well. Dave Denbauer and his son Josh are two of the most wonderful people you could ever do business with, and that's one of the main reasons I love endorsing this company. Not only do they provide great products and incredible service, they're wonderful people. In other words, you don't have to worry about them trying to screw you over or do anything shady. You go in, you pick out the products you like, they install them. Deal done. But when the deal is done, here's what you get: a lifetime. That's a lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. And guys, these products are beautiful, and they're really tough. Put your hands on these products when you go to the showroom. Feel that quality. You can feel it. Natural stone, travertine, and marble. No grout lines. no grout lines. That means you're not scrubbing the mold out of those lines all day long. Beautiful bathrooms that look amazing. And yes, on trend as well. The magazines, those TV shows that you watch when you see those rebuilds, that's what they can provide you. They have a design team to take your ideas and their products and turn them into this magical bathroom you want to begin or end every day of your life in. And it's easy to find out what they can do for you. Log onto the website, look at the before and afters, get convinced that these guys know what they're doing, and then hire them to do your bathroom. It's easy. Just do that. It's rebathmidfla.com.
We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now. And? No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%. Just go. Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com.
One of the dangers of buying a lab-grown diamond versus a natural diamond is you could be paying way too much.
Somebody is getting a product for $6,000 and they sell it for $55,000. That's a sin. That's a crime as far as I'm concerned.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire says lab-grown diamonds are being marketed as less expensive alternatives, but the truth is their inherent value is dropping fast due to mass production.
You go try to sell that man-grown diamond back to the market, nobody wants it. There's no market for it.
Keith says just be careful. You need to get all the facts before you take a shortcut that you could regret down the road if the trend continues.
What you're buying is a throwaway diamond as far as I'm concerned. The fish tanks are waiting and they're going to be filled.
At International Diamond Center, we're proud to say all of our diamonds come from Mother Earth and took millions of years to make and are real, rare, precious, and ethically sourced. International Diamond Center, helping people navigate the diamond industry for more than 40 years.
When he presents that to his future fiancée, you want him to be proud.
4 Orlando locations and always at shopidc.com.
Running a small business takes grit and determination and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device. And get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE, Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Visit ram.com or visit your local Ram dealer to find the perfect Ram truck for you. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, purchase and get 10% below MSRP on all 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn models. Not compatible with lease offers or with any other consumer incentive offers. Contact dealer for details. Take retail delivery by 7/31.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
This earful of real radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
Radio. 104.1.
If you don't know what web goals are, consider yourself lucky. Feel like helping out? Go to JimColbertLive.com and look at stuff.
You guys know how much I hate
Jim.
that. Oh, sorry.
Justin here. I know y'all say black don't crack,
But damn, man, that's the reason why, because we use lotion. See?
You dig? He says. You know, a lot of guys on the texting service were hitting me up and saying, hey, look, man, I've been using that Aveeno for a while. Don't sleep on it. It's good stuff. There's no shame in that game. Take care of yourself. Make sure you look good.
It's just you taking care of your skin. So I'll bring your skincare regimen in tomorrow.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that.
Hell yeah. I tried to tell myself I didn't care, and I had like an age spot showing up. I'm like, oh, what's that? I asked the dermatologist about it. He's like, oh, it's fine. It's not harmful. It just comes with age. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'll deal with it. He goes, I can remove that for you. I'm like, go ahead. And he put it on, put some stuff on it, and it freezes off, and like it scabs up, and then in 3 weeks it's gone. And then I'm like, oh, damn. Now if one pops up, I'm like, I got to get rid of this stuff. I didn't realize how vain I am.
Look, man, in Florida, when you see a dark spot on your body, you need to get it you got to get it looked at.
Well,
and if you're a golfer, or if you're out and around and you're just in the sun all the time, you really got to get it looked at.
Take your pickleball tournaments and your everything else. What we need is a Jim Colbert spa day.
Oh, yeah, that's what we need.
Oh, yeah,
Men and women spa day.
Yeah.
I'll get your
and
toes
throw in the
did.
pedicures, too.
Let me tell you something. I would get pedicure after pedicure after
Oh,
pedicure.
pedicures, manis,
Look,
facials.
I told you, I've almost been thrown out of a pedicure place
for groaning?
For groaning. Because here's the thing. Here's what dudes think, right? I got talked into this by my wife once. She goes, just go do it. You if you just come do it with me one time, I promise you'll enjoy yourself. I'm like, okay, I'll go. No problem whatsoever. And here's the thing. It's not like they bring you in there and just trim your toenails and do your toenail thing, right? That is the least part of it.
Yeah.
Dude. They give you like these massages on your feet, these salt and sugar scrubs up and down your leg. It is magnificent.
And then they wrap your legs with those super hot, wet towels to trap that moisture, keep those loose muscles going.
And then the wax treatment on your feet.
And this is while you're sitting in a massage chair with a glass of wine?
You bet your ass.
So back in April, I took off like a weekend, and we did a little Melbourne trip. And that was my first time. It was like we had the afternoon. It's like, let's get pedicure. So my wife got a manicure. I got a pedicure. And my first experience, we've talked about it for years about trying to do it. Finally, and it's feeling good. And
see, he uses his bidet.
There's no one else in this joint. And a woman comes in. This is over in Melbourne.
Oh, no.
She looks at me and she goes,
no.
I know you.
That's my nightmare scenario. That would be my nightmare scenario.
Let's hope it was from Calico Jack's 15 years ago.
I've been, matter of fact, same plaza.
Okay.
Funny. Same plaza, but it was not. She goes, I've been listening forever. In fact, I sent you a letter and asking you guys not to be so mean talking about Donald Trump. I'm like, gotcha.
All right.
She was a very nice lady,
That's
but
so great.
I was suddenly, when you are trying to enjoy that calf and foot massage, and I know you.
I would be like, come on. I can't even, come on. God damn, man.
Getting my piggies rubbed.
I got to some remote Melbourne beat-down strip mall to try to get some peace and quiet.
Very sweet lady and a long-time listener. And I, 100 miles away.
I know.
And just busted, but it's just, that was my first pedicure.
But see, now tell the other guys who have, no, Ross, have you had a pedi yet?
Oh, yeah. I know about the wax sock.
Okay, there you go.
Then they got like a wax boot that you put your foot in, and all of a sudden something happens.
Let me tell you something,
buddy.
dude. I'm telling you, man, I'm moaning, and I don't even know I'm doing it. And then they start talking in Vietnamese to each other, and my wife doesn't even speak Vietnamese, but she felt that. She's like, Jimmy, they think that you are having an orgasm. You have to stop. And I'm like, well, they're good because I just did.
White snake moan, baby.
Yeah,
I get
right,
it. Those things feel good.
407-916-1041. Did you guys hear about the Target news? The company Target? 440,000 employees, and they're allowing them to do something for the very first time. And it makes sense considering.
Smoke break.
No.
Phone break?
No.
Vape break? No.
They are allowed.
Unionize.
I'm not going to say that.
They can wear shorts now.
Wow.
How crazy that they can wear shorts. So Target employees can now wear shorts to work.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good for us.
Here's the thing.
It's like,
and the reason why is all this heat. They're saying, look, how could I ask somebody to work in the warehouse or work on, and it's so hot outside, and you're going out there to get carts, you're going out there to do whatever. They're allowing their dudes and their girls to wear shorts to work now. Big change.
You have to be conscious not to wear red as a shopper at Target.
Yes.
Otherwise, people think you're an employee.
Yeah.
So you figure shorts protected you to discern you from the staff, but no longer.
The amount of times I've been like, do you know where the DU do not work here?
I wear red just so I can tell people about deals that don't exist. Hey, you hear those TVs are like $6 now, right?
Everything's free.
Bogo.
Everything's free, dude. There's no rules.
They're walking out. They're like, hey, the guy in the back with the makeup. All right, 407 916 1041.
That's good news. But I'm with you. Target is the number one, offender of like, do you work here? Do I work here?
Who works here?
Why is the uniform a red shirt and khakis?
All right, 407.
A lot of people.
916 1041. Well, there's a kind of a tragedy I want to talk about, but it has nothing to do with the tragedy. All right? And I want to ask this next because I have a question. And by the way, when I ask this question, I am not ragging on anybody. This is not.
Buckle up.
Yep, here we go. We know what this means.
This is not me
Damn
drawing a conclusion or judging anybody, but I do have a legitimate question that came up during the story, and I'll ask that next.
Uh-huh.
Your shot at $1,000 is next. Brought to you locally by Mills Air. If you want a shot at $5,000, make sure you're listening to us on our free iHeartRadio
From
app.
the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Afternoon slowdowns continue on I-4 today in the Orlando area as you take the interstate east and westbound by the major attractions exits as well as through downtown. Be on the lookout for a crash blocking the southbound right turn lane on John Young Parkway at Colonial Drive. Another crash blocks the right lane on Kirkman at Major Boulevard. If you see traffic problems, call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Buying or refinancing a home can be confusing, especially while trying to digest what's happening on Wall Street and how that can affect your plans. So where do you turn to for answers? Well, I know, and it's that mortgage guy, Don. He loves to answer your questions, and he has the expertise to answer them correctly. Don knows the mortgage business and what the real estate market looks like right here in Central Florida. Put him to the test, though. Don't just take my word for it. Submit your question at thatmortgageguydon.com. It's peace of mind at your fingertips, so don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguydon.com.
For more information about contests on this station, go to realradio.fm/rules.
Need a break? Take one during the summer payment break at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Buy a new Nissan and make no payments for 6 months. Take a break from interest with 0% APR financing and get a lifetime warranty. Sutherland Nissan Orlando, home of the lifetime warranty. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Susan, and I'm a school teacher, and my husband is a firefighter. One day, we got the worst call of our lives. Our son was in a serious accident. We heard Glenn Klausman on Real Radio and called him to help. Mr. Klausman genuinely cared about our son and fought multiple insurance companies to get us a great result. We could reach him 24/7 on his cell phone. Mr. Klausman was our guardian angel.
I'm Glenn Klausman. Contact me at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com. Office, Winter Park.
Try new extra charge Dunkin' Refreshers with 50% more caffeine. Yes, 50% more caffeine. Available for a limited time, so try it today. America runs on Dunkin'. Drinks are fruit flavored. Contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary.
Let's be real, Florida home insurance is an absolute nightmare. And with hurricane season at your doorstep, you need a home insurance company that you can depend on. That's why there's Open House. They're a tech-enabled home insurance provider that uses smart data to keep your premiums low. And you can get an obligation-free quote in seconds and join your neighbors that are saving hundreds of dollars with Open House. You can also get discounts for your smart life choices, like having a gym membership or a dog. So start saving today by going to openhouseinsurance.com. See openhouse.com insurance for details. This advertisement does not constitute a binding offer or guarantee of coverage.
The podcast, The Girlfriends, tells the story of Carol and Mindy.
two women who both dated a man named Bob. On paper, Bob is the total package, a successful plastic surgeon, a pilot. But Carol and Mindy discovered that Bob could also be a murderer.
I, in a joking way, say to him, well, what did you do, murder your wife? And his response was, what do you know?
Listen to The Girlfriends on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because when you trade in, you're dealing with a dealer. And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them, not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation. Find out how much your car's worth at WeBuyAnyCar.
Rent is due and money is tight. You could A, pay a huge late fee, or B, get an AMSCOT cash advance and avoid it. AMSCOT, up to $500 fast. No credit check. Some restrictions apply, subject to approval. AMSCOT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Storm season is here, and Duke Energy is ready. With innovative technology and new ways to reroute power to help prevent outages in all kinds of weather. We're strengthening our systems, ready to restore power quickly and safely, while keeping you informed about outages with text and email alerts. It's all part of building a smarter energy future for you. Paid for by Duke Energy shareholders.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Preventive maintenance on all brands, and that saves you money and can detect an upcoming breakdown. Visit millsair.com.
Applebee's daily deals for $9.99 and under. There's a deal every day for everyone. Just $9.99 and under. That's all day, every day. Get into your local Applebee's now. Daily deals are dine-in only in limited locations listed on nrpneighborhood.com. Limited time only while supplies last. Participation varies.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, credit. C-R-E-D-I-T. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Hi, this is Peaches. My husband has this regimen that he has done since the day we got married. And I always looked at him like, oh, gee, he's really full of himself. But let me tell you, he looks pretty good. So he has this thing that has to have ester C. So I don't know whatever that is, but it works for him. I should try it.
How the times have changed, man.
She doesn't know what kind of face cream her old man's using.
How the times have changed.
Welcome to 2023.
There you go. It's about time y'all started trying to look good.
No joke. All right, 407-916-1041. Credit is your 5 o'clock keyword. C-R-E-D-I-T. Go to realradio.fm, send that off. Maybe you can win that $1,000. We need a winner. My God.
Yeah, and listen.
This is the biggest dry spell we've ever had.
Feels like you don't love us anymore.
No joke.
But don't forget, too, that iHeartRadio app has a chance to win $5,000 on top of the $1,000 just for listening on a free app.
That's right, and that's where you leave your talkback. So you can, like we've heard it all throughout the day.
Like Peaches.
That's right. Yeah, welcome back. I'm Jim Deb is here.
Hello.
Jack is as well.
Hi there.
Ross, too.
Smoke him if you got him.
Kevin Spear is going to be up here in just a little bit from the Orlando Sentinel at 5:20 to talk about that Seminole water contamination story they have going. It's a 3-parter. You got to go to OrlandoSentinel.com. You got to be a subscriber. So make sure you get your subscription. It is so cheap, it's embarrassing. Deb said that perfectly yesterday. But with that subscription, you can read stuff from these wonderful investigative journalists that do a wonderful job informing you of things happening that are hyper Orlando. And again, not taking it away from the news station, they have 30 minutes to deliver you 4 different kinds of news: the weather, the sports, and then the news. There's no way possible they could cover a story like this and be this in-depth about it. And these guys can spend weeks, months investigating one story, and that's exactly what they've done to give you some incredible information, by the way. I read it this morning. It was amazing.
And Kevin Spear, well, he's the Orlando Sentinel's environmental reporter, and he's been with the newspaper for 34 years.
Specializing in this kind of reporting.
Covering on water, wildlife, land use, which, of course, land. I was just thinking about that today, driving in from work. My drive used to be so pretty, and now it's one subdivision after another.
And it's going to get worse.
I know.
Yeah, because that's the land that can be, that's the beautiful property that can be developed. Is out there where you are and where I am.
Isn't there an aesthetic beauty in those subdivisions because they all look alike? It's just the even rows of roofs.
Jack, it's not even. It's that's so gross to even joke about. I made a comment yesterday about something like that, and somebody on the texting service said, "Yep, another monolithic apartment complex for us to look at on our way to work." And what sucks is I've talked about this when you go to the mountains. When you go out west, or you go even up to the Carolinas,
North Carolina, yeah,
your scope is so different. Like your appreciation for the landscape and the topography of where you are matters. And here's the thing: in Florida, you're flat ground. What you see is directly in front of you. That's it. Out there, you have elevation. You can kind of get an idea of the breadth of where you live. But here, it's just what's in front of you. And what's in front of us here a lot is apartment complexes, especially in this city. All right, 407-916-1041. Okay, so here's the story I was going to tell you guys about and the question I have to ask. An Alaska man inadvertently films his own drowning on a glacial lake with a helmet cam. And it's a crazy story. So this guy goes out into Lake Mendenhall in Alaska on a kayak, and he gets flipped over, and they don't find him, but his helmet washes to the shore with his GoPro. All right? Now, that's not the story, and I don't mean to be morbid. This guy's 43 years old. His last recording was on July 11th, and that's the last time that, this is the magical word, his roommate saw him. So my question is, and this story is terrible, but...
Oh, no.
But it was, the part that I found odd is this, and this is what struck me as odd, and this is what I have that may be a bit controversial. How old... What's the oldest you should be to either be a roommate or have a roommate?
Oh, that's the question.
That is.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with
Ross,
the death.
go.
It's just that they mentioned this guy's roommate was the last person to see him, and then they mentioned this guy's 43 years old and he's got a roommate.
Yeah.
And I just find that, for some reason, that hit me so bizarre that a 43-year-old man had a roommate.
I think not only is it more common than you might think, but I think it's probably going to be growing as you see these rent prices and what on these apartments for $2,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. You're going to more likely to have a roommate so you can afford more space.
Now, I know that Ross and his wife have, his brother lives with them, but his brother's gone most of the time. And
Still a roommate.
And he's gone right now. He's not there, but his stuff is, Jim.
Yeah, I know. And then you had another roommate, your buddy who moved to New York, Christoph, the wonderful comedian that started here and then moved to New York. But, of course, you're a younger couple. You guys aren't even 35 years old yet. So you could certainly see taking advantage of getting roommates in there to help cover your cost. That way you can put more money in the bank and save it for your future. I think that's very savvy. But is there a breaking point with that?
No.
I mean, you don't think so? You don't think 43 years old you should kind of... And I get it if you've had a divorce or maybe something like that, but at 43 years old, and again, this is just me, guys. I'm not coming down on anybody that has one. It's just something different to me. When I read that the guy was 43 and he had a roommate, I was like, man, that seems bizarre to me. that you're like literally almost middle-aged and you have a roommate, like a dude roommate.
Well, I mean, calling it bizarre is different than going like you shouldn't do that.
No, I don't think it has nothing to do with whether you should or shouldn't.
It's bizarre because it's in the minority. I would think that it is far more common than you may think, but it's still probably not the most likely outcome for a 43-year-old male.
Yeah, could be a divorced couple. You're moving out. You can't afford two places.
You move in with a buddy?
Yeah.
And that's what the texting service left and right at 77031. I'm almost 50 and I have a roommate.
Hell yeah.
Wow,
the
really?
Golden Girls were roommates. My 65-year-old has a mother-in-law has a roommate.
Wow, really?
I know that's something that, especially for like elderly living alone, that kind of helps cure some of the loneliness as well as have another individual in the property. So if someone falls.
Now, see, I can understand that, Deborah, but you have to, to me, though, at 43, you're still kind of in the prime of your life. Matter of fact, you may be in the prime of your life. You think about it this way, right? At 43, let's assume a few things here, okay? At 43, let's say you went to college, right? You got a college education. You got out of school at like 24, 25 years old, you went to work. Chances are by 43 years old, you've paid off your college debts, you've gotten the job that's going to make you the money you want to make, and you've kind of maybe established yourself a little bit. And ruling out divorce, who would voluntarily at 43 years old, as someone who's, kind of making their path, want a roommate? It would seem like to me it would be so difficult to live your life and to really enjoy things when you always have somebody around that isn't a partner.
I think
I've got friends who think that about marriage.
Yeah, seriously. And I think that's taking into consideration you have a roommate without thinking of how that could be designed in a way that you could have your life that's completely independent from that of your roommate. Depending on how the house is set up or the apartment is set up. Maybe it's someone who doesn't want to be saddled with a mortgage and home repairs. They just want to have a lease. They want to have the least amount of money they have to pay in rent. You live over there. You have your own bathroom. I have my own bathroom. I can travel. I can go kayaking and Mendenhall Glacier in Alaska when I want to. Where a lot of 43-year-olds who have that maybe quote-unquote more established life, they've got the mortgage, but then they don't have the freedom to travel as much because they don't have that kind of expendable income that a roommate may afford them.
Let me ask you this then. I'll ask you guys because this could happen with women as well. It's not just men or whatever. But would you date somebody? Like, let's say you went on a date and you're like, okay, let's go back to your place and watch a movie. And then you went back to his place and at 43, 44, 45 years old, dude had a roommate. Would that be like I don't want to say turn off because I don't want it to. But would that hit you as odd if you went out with a guy a couple times, didn't really talk about home or anything like that, and then when you did finally go to his house, you found out he had a roommate at 45 years old? Would that sit odd to you?
Well, the odd part for me would be that we wouldn't talk about any of the stuff that I would encounter because that would give me the opportunity to say, well, okay, well that's interesting. Oh,
Yeah, what happened kind of thing?
Well, not what happened, but like, how's that set up? Or, like, why did you, is it because you like to travel? I'd want to have more of a backstory. It's different with each decade, I think, of age.
But it does tell a story, though, right? It tells a story.
And that story, in a larger sense, would have more of an impact on a potential relationship than just the fact that he has a roommate.
Right.
It's those reasons which I think play into more of the personality and who this person is and their lifestyle to see if they were compatible for you, just moreover than the fact that just Jeff sleeps in the other bedroom.
And by the way, this goes back to the thing where women, when in divorces, women deal with it much better because women, as a rule, have that kind of, what's that word, Deborah?
We have a support system.
You have a support system with other women. Men don't really have that. So let's flip the switch a little bit. Like, I don't believe it would be that weird if you went out and started dating at 45 years old, right? And you're dating somebody, you meet a nice woman, you go out on a couple dates, you go back to her place to watch a movie or do whatever, and she's got a roommate. For me, that wouldn't be all that odd because I think it seems more natural for women to cohabitate than men at that age, and I don't know why. It just seems.
Didn't you ever watch The Odd Couple? They've been doing this since the 60s.
Those are all TV shows. The texting service is like, what about bosom buddies? I'm like, those are TV shows. I'm talking about real life.
Well, I think it boils down to this. It gives you it's a good reflection of where we are at as a country economically, because objectively, financially speaking, it's the right decision.
Okay, I understand that.
Now think about this, Jimmy, how the world has changed. Like when growing up in the 80s, right? One of your parents could work outside the home and you could still afford to buy a modest house, a middle class home. You could have a couple cars in the garage. You could, save for a college education. Ross
sounds like a fantasy to me now.
See, and that's what I think a lot of people, I think the erosion for our economic conditions has been such that we don't get to really ask those questions, a lot of folks anymore, of, is this what I want?
But is that a tell of your life position? Like, again, let's just use the same scenario. You go out with somebody a couple of times, and then you find out they have a roommate. Does that automatically send up a red flag? Like, maybe you've made a lot of bad life decisions at 45 years old?
No.
You don't have a place of your own?
Not until I meet the roommate, because if I meet the roommate and the roommate's like, yeah, I've been living here for 23 years. We've been living with each other forever. Then I would be like, all right, that's kind of odd.
But you're familiar, your daughter's situation, looking for a place here.
Yes.
You know, just the overwhelming expense of trying to buy something.
Yeah.
And if you want to do that, like the same reason Ross was happy to keep a roommate for a longer period of time, because it helped them either pay down the mortgage or meet their early financial goals.
Well, let me tell you, as I look around for real estate, try to help my daughter find a place to live, and I just like looking at real estate just to kind of get an idea of what the markets are like. I do this all the time. I see this more and more that are when houses are advertised and they have a room that has a little bit of separation, they literally advertise it as would be a good Airbnb room. This is a good candidate for an Airbnb room, or a room to rent out. They actually mention that in ads now. So you guys are probably right. But I mean that even realtors and even real estate brokers are looking at the fact that that's becoming more predominant in households across the U.S.
We are a minimum wage state with some of the highest rent prices.
Yeah.
I just think this is an issue that you're going to see more and more and more.
Look, in June, the median home price in Orlando is $385,000. And someone just texted us, one of our favorites, our Kansas trucker. I'm 59, looking for a roommate, 3-2 in Ocala, pool across the street. I'm home 2 days a week, gated community. Holla, $850.
Wow.
$850 a month.
Wow.
Where could you have
oh my God.
with a roommate who's only home for 2 days a week?
Man, my brother is robbing me.
All right, 407-916-1041. Kevin Spear up next from the Orlando Sentinel. We're talking about this Seminole County water contamination story they're running right now. We'll do that next.
For every 10,000 new followers, everyone on Real Radio gets a new puppy. Can we get an assist? Real Radio 1041 on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Afternoon slowdowns continue on I-4 today in the Orlando area as you take the interstate east and westbound by the major attractions exits as well as through downtown. Be on the lookout for a crash blocking the southbound right turn lane on John Young Parkway at Colonial Drive. Another crash blocks the right lane on Kirkman at Major Boulevard. If you see traffic problems, call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Jim Colbert Show question of the day. Do you have a roommate? You can find it on our gym members page on Twitter at Real Radio 1041 or even in the YouTube chat for the Jim Colbert Show. Check it out there. It's brought to you today by WeAreNotTheBanks.com. Talking about real estate, talking about houses. Is this the year that you get your house? Is this the year where you maybe refinance and use some of that equity in your home? The person who can help is Brad Siebert at WeAreNotTheBanks.com. They're not the banks. They're better than their banks. Their focus is mortgage, getting you the mortgage for your home or maybe helping you get a new mortgage to refinance that home that you currently have. WeAreNotTheBanks.com. That's who I used for my refi several years ago. Fast, easy, got a great rate, and put me in a better position today because of a decision I made to go to WeAreNotTheBanks.com several years ago. Brad's been advertising on this station for decades. He's a great guy and can help you with all your mortgage needs, whatever the loan, VA loans, conventional loans, jumbo loans, they do it all. For all the mortgage needs, the website is WeAreNotTheBanks.com. NMLS ID number 66247, Equal Housing Opportunity.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
The podcast, The Girlfriends, tells the story of Carol and Mindy, two women who both dated a man named Bob. On paper, Bob is the total package, a successful plastic surgeon, a pilot. But Carol and Mindy discovered that Bob could also be a murderer.
I, in a joking way, say to him, well, what did you do, murder your wife? And his response was, what do you know?
Listen to The Girlfriends on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The number one cause of accidents is distracted driving, like cell phones, eating, and playing with the radio. So leave it right here on Real Radio. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Leonard Skinner. ZZ Top. 2 American institutions unite. The Sharp-Dressed Simple Man Tour. Saturday, July 22nd, Mid-Florida Credit Union Amphitheater. With special guest, Uncle Cracker. On sale now at LiveNation.com. Part of the Clean Earth Systems concert series.
I like to cook on the Big Green Egg. Why? It's impressive and everything turns out great on the Big Green Egg. If you don't have one, you got to go to Wassey's Meat Market and get a Big Green Egg. They have the lowest prices in the country. They also have all the accessories. They even have a classroom set up to teach you all the basic techniques on the Big Green Egg and advanced techniques. When you get the Big Green Egg from Wassey's Meat Market, there's a lifetime guarantee. So it's Wassey's Meat Market. Check them out on Instagram or just go to their website, Wassey'sMeatMarket.com in Melbourne on Wickham Road. It's Wassey'sMeatMarket.com.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
Deciding where to bank is no small task. It's a matter of trust, confidence, and benefits. The more the merrier. At Addition Financial Credit Union, we're all about more. More challenges overcome, more financial knowledge gained, more empowering you to reach your long-term financial goals. That's because we're more than just a bank. We're your financial partner, and we'll be with you every step of the way. Count us in at AdditionFI.com. That's AdditionFI.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Are you offended yet? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Something happening here.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Don't forget your 5 o'clock keyword is credit, CREDIT. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
Jack is here.
Hey.
Ross is here as well.
Let's get it.
And you guys welcome Kevin Spear. He reports for the Orlando Sentinel covering growth, sustainability, and quality of life.
Yay!
Yeah! Woo-hoo! Kevin, how you doing?
Having me.
Thank you for joining us, buddy. We really appreciate that. I appreciate you taking a little time out of your busy schedule. This must have been an arduous story to write. It's 3 parts. I read it today, and it genuinely is pretty amazing. Some of the numbers were incredible. Tell me how you even stumbled onto this story about this contamination up in Seminole County.
Okay, so I'm going to be careful not to toot my own horn here, but I've been working on our environment here in Central Florida for decades. And without that kind of experience, I would have not had a clue about this story and how to pursue this story. But back in January, I got a tip from a longtime source that there was a chemical deep in our aquifer, and that immediately caught my attention as something that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, and
shouldn't happen.
So I guess the tipster had to have come from one of these people who maybe test these wells and found out that you had this one. Is it 1,4-dioxane?
Yep, exactly. You got it.
And of course, as I was reading today, it is a carcinogen, but it can affect different people in different ways. But when it comes to the contamination in the bloom or the plume of this, how did you guys figure out where it was going? Was it simply by testing the wells?
Well, not to make a pun, there are a lot of parties involved with this, and it goes back many decades. But one party is the city of Sanford, and it feels quite victimized by this chemical down in the Floridan aquifer. It has yelled at the State Department of Environmental Protection for years to investigate, find out where the stuff is coming from and where it's going and what to do. And the state's response has been very slow and halting. So finally, Sanford, not a wealthy city, forks up money and hires 2 high-end consultants. Sorry about that. Are we still online?
Yeah, we're
good. Out there?
Yeah. The weather.
And they hired two consultants to do a deep dive investigation into that. And so it was their investigative materials that I then availed myself to figure out what was going on, where the plume was going.
How much pushback did you get?
From the 2 cities and Seminole County, a fair amount. I'll say this, for a long time, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the Florida Department of Health have largely been radio silent. They do not engage with reporters. So it turned into a records game for me. They weren't going to get on the phone. They weren't going to have some high-ranking people get on the phone and explain to me what's going on. They just haven't done that for more than a decade, back into the Rick Scott administration. So it became a records pursuit for me to figure out which records to go for and how to get them. And that really is what filled in the story for me.
Well, Kevin, I'm wondering, because having worked in a newsroom myself, I remember the difficulty being able to get a hold of state agencies and get a solid answer for your listeners or your readers. But now that we know that this is in the Floridan aquifer, do you find interest from your counterparts, say the Miami Herald or the Tampa Bay Times? Because now, I mean, it's affecting these Central Florida cities, but that aquifer, that gives everybody their drinking water. And as Jimmy said, it's a forever chemical that is not stopped by anything shale or sand. No natural filter can get rid of it. So do you find maybe the pressure could come from others like yourself, other investigative reporters around the state?
You know, not right now. They're watching to see how we do with this, and in part because in the Floridan aquifer, water naturally migrates or flows deeply underground in a particular direction, and that's the case with what's happening in Seminole County. So 500 feet underground, water is moving in a particular direction to the north, the northeast a little bit, and so it's defined itself as a plume. And people south, in Orlando, for example, the people who run Orlando Utilities Commission really don't have much to worry about from this plume of poison. But what it does do, or chemical, what it does do, every gallon of water in the Floridan aquifer now is contested. There will be probably big court battles between cities and counties over that water. And if a big chunk of the Floridan aquifer in Seminole County is contaminated, that lessens the amount of water for all of us, including here in Orlando.
Wow.
Kevin, the EPA probably has a list of things that are not allowed. I would assume it's like a laundry list of things that should not be in our water. Is 1,4-dioxane on that list? And
yeah.
And should it be, or how is it handled at that federal level that would let the states know how to respond, or communities know how to respond to it if it shows up in their water like it has here in Seminole County?
So the federal government, in many ways, is responsible for this train wreck. The U.S. EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, regulates 90 contaminants, metals, pesticides, petroleum-related chemicals in drinking water. So they have water utilities across the nation are required to check for these 90 contaminants several times a year. But this chemical, 1,4-dioxin, is not one of those 90 contaminants. So by not being one of the 90 contaminants, essentially nobody knows what to do.
And they never tested for it.
Or where it's at.
Yeah, they never did that. And you know what? Now I have people texting into my show, Kevin, and they want to know if they're on the plume. You know, so when you go to the story, by the way, get your subscription now so you can read the story. It is so detailed and it really does tell. But for the people who are in Lake Mary, Heathrow, this is an
Sanford,
and upscale neighborhoods. I mean, it doesn't know any socioeconomic borders. It doesn't do that. But if you're on that plume and you're living in those areas, what should you do?
You know, that's the really tough question here because it's not regulated. Neither the EPA or the state of Florida have come up with a solid number for above that's too much. Below it, you're okay. There is an advisory number, and it's a fraction of a part per billion. This is hard to wrap your head around. So a third of 1 part chemical to 1 billion parts of water. And I'll put that another way. It's 1 8-ounce cup of chemical in 150 million gallons of water.
Okay, now, Kevin, let me stop you there. I looked at that part of the day, and that's one of the most amazing numbers. Now, think about this. The story goes on to contend that behind this facility over in Sanford, where the Siemens production plant was, there were up to 150 50-gallon drums.
Just sitting there.
Full of what could have been this 1,4-dioxane. What he just said was this: 1 8-ounce cup can contaminate enough water. It's 150 million gallons. Now, let me explain how much that is. Imagine a pool that is 50 feet wide, 267 feet long, and 10 feet deep. That's 1 million gallons.
Wow.
And this is 150 million gallons.
And by the way, that's just 0.35 per parts per million. To get that to be contaminated or right at the level where they consider it dangerous. It is genuinely amazing. They had 150 50-gallon drums out there. We don't even know how much got into the aquifer. That's how much they had above ground that they knew of. And there were puddles of this stuff laying around.
And the stuff that they poured down the drain. But Kevin, the question is, now that the U.S. Supreme Court has virtually gutted a lot of what the EPA can do, where do we go from here? If we can't count on the state, and it started with the federal government, it can't end with them if the EPA has been stripped of even more powers.
And didn't he have to build like a $40 million processing plant over in Lake Mary that they quote unquote donated, basically?
Yeah. They said it's not really our fault. Our chemicals may have gotten into the ground, but we're going to voluntarily help out. But back to your question about the Supreme Court and EPA, they are paralyzed with the legalities of this, the potential of getting lawsuits and pushback from the chemical industry. There is one thing to watch for, though. There's been really very poor research behind this chemical. It goes way back, and a lot of it's contested, and it's uncertain at best. But Yale University last year began a big project to look at 1,4-dioxin and how it affects the health of people. All the previous studies have been with guinea pigs, mice, and rats. So they're going to come back with a response at some point around 2027, and they're going to tell us what a safe level is. And I think that will do a lot to inform this conversation and maybe get the EPA to get off its rear end and come up with a regulation on this.
But that's 4 years of still drinking, bathing, and cooking with this water.
And here's the other thing, Deb. According to the story that I read, if you already are predetermined to have certain cancers, kidney and liver, if I remember correctly, that it could have a more detrimental effect on you if you have maladies and those issues already. That it could already cause more problems with those people.
And you know, there are people who grow up in life and understand that they are sensitive to chemicals, more sensitive to other people recovering from cancers. And I think they have a real reason to be concerned here. The rest of us, we make choices every day, whether to put on sunscreen or maybe not have that bacon 7 days a week or maybe not drink another beer, whatever. We face all kinds of choices that have some bearing on our health. You would think that drinking water out of your tap would not be one of those choices, that it would be problem-free.
And the thought that the litigation and the pushback from the chemical industry would be enough to stop proper public health policy is unconscionable.
Kevin, what do we know about treating the water? And I know there's a lot of questions on, what the safe levels are, but I heard reverse osmosis, which is a water filtration people can put in their homes, is a way to do that. Has that been proven to remove this dioxin from the water?
Dioxin,
Yeah, that's basically the only option that a homeowner has, is to get a reverse osmosis system, several $100 just under the sink, or several $1,000s for the whole house. So if you feel like you have a particular sensitivity or worry, that might be an option. But here's what an environmental group, it's called the Environmental Working Group, and they're really aggressive, and they're often accused of sensationalizing chemical concerns in water. They say, if you're worried about it, one thing you should do is turn to your local government, your local utility, and insist that they fix the problem. Not you, but them.
Yep.
Kevin, by the way, we are getting texts on our texting service here, and people are basically asking, is there any way to test my water at home? Like, if I live in that area, and you can, when you read the story, you can see how the plume and its severity kind of lessens as it emanates from the origination point, which is that Siemens plant over in Sanford Lake Mary area. And you can see it'll kind of dilute as it moves out. Is there any way for people to test their water to find out if they have dangerous levels of I-4 dioxane in their water?
Yeah, there is. If you have a private well in that area, contact the Department of Health, and they will test it. But in this area, generally, the public utilities of Sanford, Lake Mary, and Seminole County have saturated that area so that there's relatively few private wells. In terms of your own tap water in those communities, the utilities are now checking levels several times a year, and it's their burden. They should be doing that, and they are at this point.
And
I'm curious. I'm in need of something remotely close to good news over this situation. Is there any? A silver lining, a glass half full statement when it comes to this?
I don't know how full this will make your glass, but at least it's out there now. I think the local government were willing to let this go on for a long time without informing anybody. So at least it's out there.
And Kevin, that's my next question. We know Save the Manatee Club had to sue the EPA and some other entities over manatee mortality rates, saying the EPA is not doing enough to keep local river, like the Indian River Lagoon, clean. Is this something that the city of Sanford, Lake Mary, is this something that, rather than wait for the pushback, they start pushing to say, hey, you're not going to let us sleep on, you're not going to sleep on this, you're not going to do your monthly test, you're going to do much more diligent work on this?
So, yeah, really good question. And this is what we'll be watching for going forward. Our state legislators in that area, are they going to step up and ask state agencies, or even file legislation that pushes state agencies in the right direction? That's one question. I think a missed opportunity back in 2013, 2014, when this was discovered in drinking water, was that the city of Lake Mary, Sanford, and Seminole County did not collaborate. They went on, kind of snuck off in their own directions, ignoring each other. Looking back, hindsight is, to me, if they had collaborated and brought together their ability to lobby state government, to push their legislators, they would have been in a much different place today. So maybe they'll do that now. Seminole County has some soul searching to do on what its next step is. Sanford is on the warpath to get this fixed. We'll see what happens.
We're talking to Kevin Spear from the Orlando Sentinel.
Kevin, just to pinpoint it for our listeners who are wondering, is it only wells? Is it city water? We know it's the City of Lake Mary, the City of Sanford, but also Seminole County. Can you kind of just give us the region, the area of Seminole County that we're talking about that has been known to be affected right now?
Yep. So there are 11 water service areas provided by Seminole County in mostly unincorporated parts of the county. The one in question here, it happens to be the biggest geographically, is along the west side of I-4 to the county line between the St. Johns River in the north and the Wekiva area in the south. So that takes in the Heathrow area that people might recognize. That's a large area, a lot of people in there.
Yeah, it's densely populated.
And for other cities in the county like Winter Springs, Oviedo, Castleberry, they should not have this concern for their water. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep, we went through all the records. All these utilities tested their water in 2013, 2014. That information is available. We've checked all of the utilities all around. They're in the clear. And to that point, throughout the state, the testing that was done in 2013 and 2014, the result was that Lake Mary had the highest concentration, Seminole County the second highest, Sanford was fourth or fifth. And there are some other cities in the state, but not that many. Silver Springs, Vero Beach, they had some high hits. It's not that big a problem in the state. It's the epicenter is really right here in Seminole County.
So, Kevin, let me ask you before we get out of here, because obviously people are tripping out, as you might imagine, because when they hear contamination at this level, of course, everybody thinks Aaron Brockovich and PG&E and all of these movie stories we've heard based on true stories
or
of
Flint, Michigan.
The water crisis there.
So
did that get fixed?
So with that said, can citizens who live in that area request these readouts from the county to get on their emailing list to find out what the readings are every time they do one of these tests to find out if their water coming out of the tap is going to be potable and that they can have it safely? I mean, can they get that information from their city or the county?
Typically, getting information, for example, on 1,4-dioxin might be kind of difficult, but I think you just called them out. So if citizens,
I tell you,
if citizens want to reach out.
Now, I'm in Seminole County, but I'm in Geneva, so I'm out of the bubble, but I'm not that far out of it. I'm because I'm near Sanford. All right, so I don't know that it'll make it out there. But if I lived in Heathrow right now, or I lived in Lake Mary or Sanford, and I was hearing this, let me tell you something, brother. I'd be on the phone tomorrow, and I'd be asking my city. My legislators in my city, how do I get these readings? How do I get a printout? Every time you guys do a test, I need to know exactly what those readings are of I-4-dioxane in my water system. I got kids, I got family. I need to make sure that my family is safe.
Well, here's the problem.
And then vote accordingly.
They're not testing for it. It's not one of the 90 chemicals like he said at the beginning. So first thing we have to do is pressure them to take this issue seriously and figure out how to test for it and not wait for Yale in 2027 to tell us what the levels of acceptable, what it is for the human body. We know it's unacceptable. Let's start dealing with it now.
So good point. But if I could clarify that, since early this year when I started questioning Seminole County, and the top leaders in Seminole County had no idea about this. Since then, very recently, in fact, they've started to a big testing regime. So they're going to do it. Sanford has always done it on their own. They have tested for years, frantic to get this taken care of. So maybe going a step further, instead of having to call them, they might be proactive and put it on their website.
Yeah.
Every test. Every level.
Look at that. That's good news. That's good news. My glass is half full.
Yeah, but it's water in that glass that you shouldn't be drinking.
Oh, God.
That's the bare minimum they should do.
Bare minimum.
So be proactive out there and make sure you get a hold of your county leaders, your city leaders, and let them know you want this to happen so we can make that happen. Kevin, I could talk to you for the rest of the day about this. It's fascinating. I urge you guys. I'm serious. I urge you. We tell you every time Scott calls in, go to OrlandoSentinel.com and get a subscription. With that subscription, you can read the fine work from Kevin Spears and his team. There are a number of people who worked on this story, and I'm sure he'd love to give every one of them credit. I think it's like 4 or 5 of you guys, right?
That's correct. Yeah. And I must say, it was great to work with very competent people on this.
Yes. And they dig in deeper than anybody. Again, this is not stuff you're going to hear about on your local news. If so, it'll be a blurb. You need all of the information specifically if you're in one of these affected areas. OrlandoSentinel.com. Get your subscription. It's not expensive at all. And the information you get could actually save your damn life, as crazy as that sounds.
It's cheaper than a case of bottled water.
It is.
Which you're going to need to buy anyway.
Yeah, you are.
Kevin, if you don't mind, a big round of applause for Mr. Spears.
And back to you.
Hey.
Thank you.
Hey,
Yeah.
and thanks for your great work, and thanks for your dedication to making sure that Central Floridians have safe water and a great environment to live in, brother. We appreciate that greatly.
Thank you for plugging in. It makes me feel like it's worthwhile, and I appreciate that.
It is worthwhile. We wouldn't have heard it without you.
It was great meeting you, my friend. We'll see you soon.
Likewise.
You got it. 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Load them up. We'll do trivia next.
We have a prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by LASIK Vision Institute.
Orlando will be part of the rebooted Arena Football League. They were named this week as one of 16 markets that'll begin play next spring. The Rays recalled right-handed pitcher Calvin Foucher from AAA Durham ahead of today's game in Texas. He'll replace Javi Guerrera in the bullpen. And civil rights attorney Ben Crump called hazing a rampant issue at Northwestern today, saying the scandal involves the football, baseball, and softball programs. I'm Scott Davidson.
LASIK is more affordable than you think. Right now at the LASIK Vision Institute, they're offering $1,000 off their Wave Light Laser when treated in July. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. Visit getlvilasik.com for details.
Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex is a top 10 TripAdvisor Traveler's Choice winner year after year. It's the only place you can experience the excitement of thundering rocket launches up close and see the spacecraft that are blazing the trail for tomorrow's discoveries. And I'm telling you guys, if you want a hands-on theme park, this is where to go. You will learn. It'll be fun. You can touch the stuff. You can play with the stuff. You can ask people questions. They'll tell you all the answers. You will come away from this place a better person, a more informed person, and you'll want to go back for more. The displays are insane, and the people are great, and just everything about the park is so much fun. It's one of the many reasons we go over the broadcast like once a year. We simply love it. You will as well. Take advantage of this new 2-day ticket offer, costing less than $45 per day, offering maximum flexibility for the entire family. It's the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Get your tickets and learn more today at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
Need a break? Take one during the summer payment break at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Buy a new Nissan and make no payments for 6 months. Take a break from interest with 0% APR financing and get a lifetime warranty. Sutherland Nissan Orlando, home of the lifetime warranty. See dealer for details.
Steve Kramer here with a divorce tip. Inheritance isn't a marital asset unless you handle the money wrong or your divorce wrong. Then you can lose it to your ex. Call Trenley and Kramer, TK Law. We do divorce. OneFirmForLife.com.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling and Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
The Home Depot and Behr are there for pros and now offer same-day or next-day delivery on top-rated Behr paints, stains, and primers. Get the most trusted paint brand in America delivered straight to your job site and spend less time stressing and more time painting. Contact a Behr Pro Paint Specialist to schedule your paint delivery today. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Limitations may apply. Not available in all markets. See store for details. Ranked most trusted paint brand based on 2023 Life Story research.
It's the perfect time to switch to My Plan from Verizon and save. Visit a Verizon store and get iPhone 13 with great features like long battery life on us when you switch to any 5G unlimited plan. No trade-in required. Plus, get $50 off the latest AirPods Pro. This deal won't last forever, so get to your Verizon store today. It's your Verizon. $699.99, 128 gigabyte only. Device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited welcome or postpaid unlimited plus plan required. Less $699.99 promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. $50 off AirPods Pro with iPhone purchase required. Additional terms apply.
You can always count on a classic. It's timeless and tastefully legendary. That's the truth behind the Troppy Chop. Often imitated, too delicious to be duplicated. The sauce just won't taste the same. But to really stand out, you gotta stay fresh and move to the beat of your own bowl. The Troppy Chop, only at Pollo Tropical. A classic that never goes out of style.
Right now, you may be running a little late, or feeling stressed, or overwhelmed, and you may be going a bit over the speed limit. So to help you relax, exhale. Ease up on the gas. You'll get there when you get there. Take a moment to just chill. This little break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
It pays to listen. Open your free iHeartRadio app and listen to this station to be entered to win $5,000. Each day you come back to listen on the iHeartRadio app is another entry. The more you listen, the more chances you have to win. Download the free iHeartRadio app for access to winning like never before.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When a restaurant closes, my reaction is, that sucks. They had good steak. When regional banks close, or 3 of them close overnight, it freaks me out. This is why I have my own personal gold reserve. It's part of my personal protection plan. Call my friends at Oxford Gold Group. Call 833-404-GOLD. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Backup systems. We depend on them. Even your household budget has one. And Scott Cash Advance. Up to $500 fast with no credit check. Many locations open 24/7. Some restrictions apply, subject to approval.
And Scott. Just call Mo. Just call Mo. Just call Mo. Just call Mo. Injured on the go. Just call Mo.
Mo DeWitt, Office, Orlando. Sung by non-attorney spokesperson.
Wendy's has home-style French toast sticks, the honey butter chicken biscuit, or maple bacon chicken croissant? Now that's sweet. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's breakfast.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Get what you really want, like a tasty Baconator or fries and a Frosty. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. See you later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at CentoMoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Radio.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
We're talking about being mistaken for Target employees. A few years ago, there was a guy I saw online. He would dress up as a Best Buy employee and go in there, and people come up to him and ask him questions, and of course, he'd give them like totally wrong answers until he got kicked out. It was pretty funny. Thank you.
I agree. It is funny. 407-916-1041. We had a guy just texting in and saying, man, you just lit my fiance up so much. She hates this more than anything, like the Aaron Brockovich thing where she just can't stand big corporations steamrolling entire neighborhoods of people. If you did miss the interview with Kevin Spear from the Orlando Sentinel, who is a wonderful guy, and we look forward to talking to him much more regarding this story, and we will. We will stay updated with Kevin on what's happening. Whenever we get any progress or anything happens, we'll be sure to have him on to tell you about it. But you can listen to the entire interview at the goods at JimColbertLive.com. Jack's already posted it. The entire interview is there. That way you can kind of glean some of that information from that. And again, I just tell you, you got to read the story, man. The story is amazing. And when I read that whole thing about, when you talk about how potent this is, this I-4 dioxane, and it's a forever chemical. So when it gets into the aquifer, right, nothing can stick to it, and it won't stick to anything. In other words, it doesn't stop and clog up or hold up. It doesn't stick to anything. But if it does get embedded into shale, it will stay there forever until it dislodges. And by the way, somebody said, can you boil it? It won't change properties. It doesn't break down. That's what makes it a forever chemical. That's the whole idea of it.
You have, for me, if I lived in one of these areas, it would be the reverse osmosis system. And if you can't afford the thousands to do your whole house, at least you do it on your kitchen sink, and you use that for your drinking water.
Yeah, and by the way, a whole house system is anywhere from $2,500 to $5,000, and under sink is about $350 to $500.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm with Kevin. Put the pressure on the government to fix it, since they're the ones who created it, or the industry behind it, which isn't hurting for cash.
All right, 407-916-1041. I am Jim. Deb and Jack are here. Let's find out what's in the old sauce jar.
All aboard.
Chugga chugga.
Choo-choo.
What the hell was that?
You caught me off guard. I've got the toughest line.
That was borderline impressive. I think we're laughing out of like the shock and awe that
We
you just
nailed it.
provided. Yeah, that was awesome.
God damn.
Guys, I have a beautiful pair of tickets.
To what, buddy? What? You look
July 22nd.
What's happening?
Down in Tampa at the Mid-Florida Credit Union. That's this Saturday. Leonard Skinnard.
What?
Whoa!
A pair of tickets to see Leonard Skinnard.
We've been crushing it with these tickets lately.
Yes, we have. And that is your South Star, which is brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. Go local. Support a family-owned and operated Orlando moving and storage company. Just make sure you mention the Jim Colbert Show because that will get you a discount. Book them today at centomoving.com. That's CENTO moving.com. Whatever that clickety-clack was, back to you.
Thanks, Deb. I appreciate that. Ross, who's first today, buddy?
Let's welcome Baba.
Baba, right there at the bottom. Baba, how you doing?
Much better now that you picked me.
Okay, very good. Would you like to play a little game with us?
A little tootie.
All right.
Let's do it.
I'm ready.
Do you want to play a game?
All right, Baba, this is a very easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of them is untrue. It's a falsehood. It's a lie. It's a fabrication.
No.
Say it ain't so.
If you can find that one, I'll send you to the Sauce Jar and off to see Leonard Skinnard in Tampa. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. On this day in 1903, the very first Tour de France happened.
Oh, wow.
That's right. Here are 3 fun facts about the Tour de France and 1 playing card in the spokes of a lie.
Oh.
Number 1, the Tour de France was started as an advertising scheme for a newspaper. Number 2, the average Tour de France rider produces almost 16 gallons of sweat over the entirety of the race. Number 3, 3 riders have died while competing in the Tour de France. Or lastly, a Tour de France rider burns over 7,000 calories a day. Ooh. Which one of those is a lie?
Second one.
That's the answer, buddy. You're a winner right off the bat.
Bang. We were up against the clock.
Hey, no, before we go any farther, it says 16 gallons of sweat. Do you think that's low or high?
I think that's really high.
Yeah, no, it's actually really low. It's double that much.
What?
The average rider in the Tour de France produces 32 gallons of sweat over the entirety of the race.
That's a lot of swamp ass.
I'll get you on hold there, Bob. Enjoy your prize, buddy. You are what they call a wiener.
That's how you get Shrek chilling around your butt.
Yeah, by the way, the average Tour de France was started, or the Tour de France was started by an advertising scheme for a newspaper. And that's, by the way, and I'll tell you something else interesting about that. They just did it to, like, as they're delivering newspapers, like the bicycle race.
Oh, so it's kind of like the Iditarod, right?
Exactly.
Racing for medicine. In this case, it's racing for newspapers.
3 riders have died. 1 had a heart attack, 1 missed a turn, and 1 rode off into a ravine.
Oh.
And then the Tour de France does. The riders burn 7,000 calories a day.
That's just insane to me, that to think that we haven't really had a football player, die during a game. We got close this past season.
Yeah.
Baseball, there was a fatality. Baseball hit a temple, I believe.
Yeah. There has been an NFL death. I think it's just been a while.
Really?
Yeah. I think a broken neck and that turned into a death, if I remember right.
Well, we've never seen somebody die on the field. These guys have died in the middle of the race.
The leader's jersey is yellow because the newspaper it was advertising was printed on yellow paper.
Oh, wow. That's for the... Oh, wow.
Right. The Tour de France is a bicycle race that covers how many miles?
Work off Deb.
2,500?
3,500.
4,500.
Give Deb the ding, 2,000 miles.
Yeah! Make it full size.
The average Tour de France rider uses how many tires during the race? How many tires? 7?
I was going to say that. 10.
16.
782.
Whoa!
Oh, you're talking everyone.
Yeah, no. The one rider.
What?
I think that's right.
Well, their tires are so thin.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. It may be everybody. I don't know.
Yeah, there's only 30 days.
That's still a lot, dude. Are you kidding?
But you're talking about over close to 800 tires.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. And then the winner of the Tour de France wins how much money in U.S. dollars?
$1 million.
15,000.
$5 million.
$600,000.
That is not that much.
Ross?
Who said $1 million?
Me.
Thoughts?
Man, you got it.
You already got your
fire.
No, come on. Don't deny the ding.
If you're racing, man, you got to go with 4 wheels.
You're so ding needy.
I am.
Thoughts quickly.
Yes. We are going to talk about the trendiest thing that is happening this weekend.
All right, we'll do that next.
Jeez.
If you like us here, like us everywhere. Real Radio 104.1 on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Still seeing lots of slowdowns on I-4 this afternoon as you travel throughout the Orlando area. Right now looking at some extra heavy delays near Lake Mary Boulevard westbound due to accident activity reported in that area. A crash blocks 2 westbound lanes on Colonial Drive at Dorchester Road. If you see traffic problems, call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Man, when it comes to cooking outside, it's time to step it up. Man, get rid of that busted old grill that you've had out there forever. It's all rusted and nasty. One burner works. Get that thing out of there. Get you a beautiful new Weber Genesis propane grill, or maybe even a Big Green Egg, or maybe even step it up and get that Professional Series Napoleon grill. The great thing is you don't have to go to 15 different stores to grab those. You can go to one. It's Tools Ace Hardware right here in Orlando. And even better than that, there's 12 locations. Chances are you're near one of these things, and you can slide in and get the best of the best. That's one of the many reasons I love endorsing Tools Ace Hardware. They carry the best stuff. So when you walk in, you know your dollar is going to go a long way, and it's going to last a long time as well. And when it comes to cooking out there, you want all the good things that come with it. That means all the accessories for your Big Green Egg, all the great cooking hardwoods, all the great marinades and rubs. They have it all there at Tools Ace Hardware, and a wonderful selection as well. All the sizes of Big Green Egg, and those Napoleon grills are simply amazing. Find yours today, and remember, any grill purchase $3.99 and up, they'll build it for you and even bring it to you. It's Tools Ace Hardware, 12 locations. Find yours at toolsacehardware.com.
Are you ready to put some cash in your pocket? Because Real Radio is giving you a chance to win $1,000 by putting $1,000 in your hand. You know the deal with our national contest. We'll give you a keyword at the top of every hour from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And all you have to do is enter it on our website at realradio.fm for your chance to win. With 13 chances every weekday, you'll have plenty of opportunities to win $1,000 in your hand. But there is a catch, because there's always a catch. Right. If you get a call, you need to answer your phone. That's right. The key to winning is picking up your phone when we call. So don't send us to voicemail. This contest brought to you locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
The podcast, The Girlfriends, tells the story of Carol and Mindy, 2 women who both dated a man named Bob. On paper, Bob is the total package, a successful plastic surgeon, a pilot. But Carol and Mindy discover that Bob could also be a murderer.
I, in a joking way, say to him, "Well, what did you do, murder your wife?" And his response was, "What do you know?"
Listen to The Girlfriends on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you guys know the average person eats 9 spiders whenever I cook for them?
From his multiple Netflix comedy specials, Anthony Jeselnik brings his new stand-up tour, Bones and All, inside Hard Rock Event Center at Seminole Hard Rock, Tampa. Don't miss Anthony Jeselnik, live on November 19th. Tickets are on sale now at hardrocktampa.com and anthonyjeselnik.com. Seminole Hard Rock, Tampa.
Try new extra charge Dunkin' Refreshers with 50% more caffeine. Yes, 50% more caffeine. Available for a limited time, so try it today. America runs on Dunkin'. Drinks are fruit flavored. Contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary.
If you're celebrating a milestone anniversary this year, or just starting the process of picking out that engagement ring, welcome to International Diamond Center. At IDC, we're one of a few jewelers around the world with direct access to exquisite diamonds from Namibia. These are the highest quality, most brilliant diamonds on the planet. And with IDC's connections with the cutters, you can be assured of the ultimate in value with no middleman markups. And just as important as the brilliance of our diamond is the source itself. An IDC diamond comes only from specific mines that follow strict international laws and environmental standards. Not only do we guarantee conflict-free diamonds, we are proud that when you purchase an IDC IDC Diamond, you are helping provide dignified employment, much-needed education, and necessary health care to African families. So come and shop with confidence at IDC. Confidence in the quality, the value, and the integrity of our diamonds. International Diamond Center. Transparency, honesty, responsibility. Learn more at shopidc.com or visit our showroom today. 4 Orlando locations.
Get a pen. You'll want to take this number down. Okay, you have health insurance or you don't have health insurance, but you want health insurance at a reasonable price, right? Well, you won't find it with Obamacare, where you can only sign up once a year with their high deductibles and limited networks. You need to talk to an expert. The folks at USABG Florida can help. If you pay for your own health insurance, your employment coverage is unaffordable, or if you have a few employees, you could be saving 30 to 60% if you qualify. Couples under 65 are saving $500 to $1,000 a month with better coverage. Go to usabgflorida.com and get a quote today. We all need quality health insurance at an affordable price. Call USABG Florida at 321-380-4540. That's 321-380-4540. Or go to usabgflorida.com. That's usabgflorida.com. Get a quality plan managed by you, not the government.
If you're a pro painter, do you know how much you're paying per gallon for paint? Paint stores try to convince you that you're getting a good deal with deep discounts. But what they don't tell you is their starting price is too high to begin with. If you buy paint from the Home Depot, you're getting the lowest price per gallon on Behr paint, guaranteed. We offer everyday low prices on every gallon of top-rated Behr paints, stains, and primers. Plus, pros earn discounts through our Pro Extra Paint Rewards program. That's the value of the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only. See store for details.
Heard on the job? Dial pound 529 on your cell. Pound law, that's all.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Now is your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. 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 That's check. Enter it now on our website at realradio.fm. Good luck.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch. Yeah. We like it when you watch. At The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
It's just guy just texted in and said my blood pressure goes down 15 points every time you go to break.
So does yours.
We come in hot a little sometimes. All right, 407-916-1041. Your 6 o'clock keyword is check. CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at that $1,000. It's check, guys. That is your 6 o'clock keyword. Good luck. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb's right there.
Hello.
Jack is here.
Oh.
And Ross has his thoughts.
It's weird.
You're a good person.
It's funny.
You deserve good beer.
Sometimes.
Persimmon Hollow Brewing.
It's Ross. Spelled like sauce. It's Ross Thoughts.
That's right. Ross Thoughts is brought to you by Persimmon Hollow Brewing. Go drink their blood orange wheat, especially when the sun is up. If the moon is up, drink that Southbound Hiker, that New England IPA. You won't regret it. So, what is the trendiest thing this weekend? You guys want to take some stabs?
You know what the funny thing is like, so is it, can I ask some questions? Is it an event?
That is an event.
Okay. Is it that Chicago thing?
It is not the Chicago thing.
What's the Chicago thing?
I guess they're doing like a Chicago food thing over at a la carte, or did they do that last weekend?
No, I think that's also this weekend.
Yeah.
It's the trendiest thing this weekend, joining me at the Orlando City pregame party at Elixir Friday night before the Open Cup match.
You're so good, buddy. You're really good.
Is that what it is?
This guy's.
Because I'll be there after the show, supporting Orlando City at Elixir, downtown Orlando.
That was a non-consensual plug, but that is unfortunately, although a true statement, and people should join you.
100.
The trendiest thing that is happening this weekend.
Deb, what was your shot?
Well, it's not Orlando City. Just the game itself. I can't think of any concerts going on.
Barbenheimer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Barbenheimer is the biggest thing this weekend.
And it is such good news at this really awkward time for Hollywood and movies.
I can't be more awkward.
You have one of the oddest hell, I'll just come out and give it the #1 title. The oddest two movies, two blockbusters coming out on the same day.
Couldn't be more different.
And that's why people love it. And somehow, some way, audiences have figured out that we're going to watch both of them.
Yeah.
And that's like the new trendy thing to do this weekend is to go to hell and heaven and then go back in the middle and reality.
Yeah.
Because you're, Oppenheimer's, of course, the Christopher Nolan movie about the man, the father of essentially the atomic bomb, Mr. Oppenheimer. I forgot what his first name is. Robert Oppenheimer. And then you have Barbie, this movie that on paper you go into thinking that this thing is probably, you look at a commercial, you might go like, this is for kids or just what are we doing? Yeah, what are we doing?
Do you remember about 6 months ago when they released some of the stills from the movie?
Oh yeah.
And you saw Ryan Gosling in that all pink and saw Margot Robbie in the all pink, and then you heard stories that they used so much pink lame making this movie that they bought it all in the entire U.S.
How about all the pink paint?
Right, all the pink paint.
I had a friend who went out to L.A. and he was telling me is that this is where all of the eggs are going for Warner Brothers.
Well,
they had superheroes fail. They've had a lot of projects fail in the last decade.
And they're not the only ones. Disney's had some bombs as well, which is usually never the case. Those guys are almost hitting like they bat in the 750s.
It is really weird to see Marvel films and just honestly superhero films kind of falling short. I mean, that Endgame Infinity War was that good and just that big of a... Everyone was satisfied.
And the stories have gotten weaker and weaker, and they've leaned more and more on the CGI aspect of it. To me, again, and I'm a glancing fan of those things. I want a good story. And the thing I'm hearing about this Barbie movie, it's supposed to be amazing.
The script is supposed to be bulletproof.
Like amazing. Like it's supposed to be as funny as you can make a movie and as almost satirical as you can make a movie, but it's also got a pretty deep message from what I understand.
Yeah, but... This is the conversation that a lot of people are having. All those people who are going to do the double feature of Barbenheimer. Which one do you see first, and which one do you see last, and why?
It's no question for me.
And on the surface, you're like, well, that's a simple question. I'll do this. But then when I tell you, well, all right, well, that's what you're signing up for, because either way, there are pros and cons.
Well, let me hit you with my order. My order is Oppenheimer first, Barbie last.
There you go.
Because I want the heavy stuff up front, and I want something to clear my palate to get out of the theater in my weekend in a good note.
I'm the opposite.
All right, so the con to Jim's idea, at first, I thought that's for sure the way to go. You go Oppenheimer, get the heavy stuff.
I'm pretty basic.
Get your veggies and then end on a high note. But here's the thing. You've heard about Barbie, and the script is super uplifting and super fun. It's super funny. Have you heard anything about Oppenheimer, what it's causing audiences to feel?
No, I haven't.
That they're not really the same. That they walk out of the film with a better understanding of what is the biggest moment in, you could say, human history, the creation of nuclear power, and it specifically getting weaponized and how much that has changed at all. So now, with that said, you're thinking that thought 30 minutes into Barbie because you can't stop thinking about Oppenheimer.
Right.
So then it ruins your Barbie experience.
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because how can you go on a Barbie journey when you're like, are we all going to make it?
You're not seeing these back to back. It'd be like one Friday night, one Saturday night, or one Saturday, one.
People are saying back to back, double features.
I don't know if I could do that.
No.
I don't think I'd be in the theater for 5.5 hours or whatever.
Fancy this, the thought though. So you're still going Barbie up front, Oppenheimer second?
No, I would do it the other way around. Oppenheimer first, Barbie last.
All right, so you're going Oppenheimer, Jack?
I'm going Barbie.
I'm Barbie first and then Oppenheimer, but there's a different reason because my wife is willing to see Barbie, and she does not want to go to Oppenheimer. So I know I have to pick a time where I can go to Oppenheimer.
Oh, all right. Well,
how about that?
That was too much logic.
Put that in your pocket.
That was so much logic.
Yeah, put that in your Barbie purse.
Put that in your bomber.
Deb?
Oppenheimer first and then Barbie.
Yeah.
So, and then I think it really tells a lot about yourself when you answer that question. Because what do you want to get all the kind of the work Because Barbie isn't probably going to make you think at least as much as Oppenheimer.
Well, no, I don't believe that, because if people are saying that the plot line and the story is supposed to be spectacular, I'm just going to use that as the salve to my soul after it being ripped to shreds by Oppenheimer and the thoughts of, like Jack would say, we're doomed.
And I'm not saying that the Barbie script is bad, but it's going to be
fluffy compared to Oppenheimer.
Compared to Oppenheimer, it's going to be far easier to digest than I think.
Yeah.
Watching this 3-hour film.
The Barbie movie is more about the damnation of our society than Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer, that's a past event. We're just looking back. We've already been through this. But Barbie is just it's about being plastic. That's what we don't need, Ross. We do not need more plastic in the world.
Listen to the Mad Nerd. I mean, listen to the Mad Nerd. He knows. The Mad Nerd knows.
The oceans are full.
I got it. With plastic.
Microplastics.
I think Jack is actually onto something that, there's 2 films coming out this weekend. There's one about the end of mankind and our bias towards humanity and what the future will hold, and then there's Oppenheimer. Nonetheless, those are your Ross thoughts. It's a really important film for all theaters. If I may give free pub out, go see a movie at Enzian this weekend. They're a small theater here in Central Florida, and it's these big releases that they can also take advantage of. They have a special release of they have a really cool release of Oppenheimer, just made specifically for their theater and other theaters like that. It's a really cool weekend. Go see a movie. Enjoy your date. If you're by yourself, just don't be weird about it. Those are your Ross Thoughts. I'm out. Peace. Ross Thoughts is brought to you by Persimmon Hollow Brewing Company. I'm here to tell you they make great beer. I love beer. Why? Because beer loves me back, and I'm sure it loves you too. Go try their blood orange wheat. The sun is up. It's hot as hell. It's time for a wheat beer, and it's time for their blood orange wheat beer. It's my number 1 right now for this hot as hell summer. Andy and Robbie, the 2 geniuses behind Persimmon Hollow Beer, they're just passionate about the drink that they brew. You can really taste how much they care about it. So visit Persimmon Hollow at any of their 5 locations. Enjoy a Persimmon Hollow beer today. Drink sensibly, but get weird. Visit them at phbeer.com for more information. I already said it. Those are your thoughts. I'm out. Peace.
All right, buddy. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 6 o'clock keyword is check. CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send it away for your chance at $1,000. Look, I'm a big golf fan. So is Ross. We're going to talk to a former PGA Tour player. Now he plays on the Champions Tour. Chris DeMarco will join us next to talk about the British Open, which starts tomorrow. We'll do that right after this.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7. It's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by Gringos Locos and SecuredRoofingAndRestoration.com. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Mike, and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Still seeing lots of slowdowns on I-4 this afternoon as you travel throughout the Orlando area. Right now looking at some extra heavy delays near Lake Mary Boulevard westbound due to accident activity reported in that area. A crash blocks 2 westbound lanes on Colonial Drive at Dorchester Road. If you see traffic problems, call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get deals on select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
Guys, make sure you have the best AC system ready for you this burning hot summer. My God, the heat is in the news every single day. Phoenix has just set a record over 115 degrees, 19 days in a row. Don't be that guy. Don't be in a house with a just absolutely rickety old AC system and you're just waiting for it to break down. Get with Mills Air now. Get that preventive maintenance plan. Make sure that your AC is ready for the rest of the summer. And by the way, here in Florida, that's all the way to the end of September. You're going to need a good AC system. Let Mills Air make sure that your AC is ready to go. Let them use that 30-plus years of experience to make sure your AC system can handle the heat that Florida deals out. Their techs are awesome people. They know these systems inside inside and out. You don't even have to know what kind of AC you have. They can fix it. Plus, they're Carrier factory authorized dealers, and that can get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and certainly turn to the experts at Mills Air. Family owned and operated and ready to help you right now. It's 407-277-1159. Online, millsair.com.
Get your tickets now
At AXS.com.
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
September 22nd and 23rd.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Capital One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here from my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. You know, your eyes are the window into your world, and that's why I would never in a million years consider a discount surgery center for LASIK vision correction. And that is certainly one of the reasons I sent my son and my father-in-law over to Dr. Filatowski years ago to make sure their eyesight was going to be perfect. And that's exactly what happened. My son was 18. My father-in-law was like almost 60 at that time. And it doesn't matter. The Filatowski Eye Institute is all about making sure that you have the best quality of life with the best vision, and they can do that for you. Blurry vision, that can be gone. Glasses, contacts, that can be gone. These guys have over 65,000 of these surgeries under their belt. They have the experience you want. They have the best equipment out there, state-of-the-art LASIK tech that gets you back to work pretty much the very next day and start seeing the way you're supposed to, crystal clear. The Filatowski Eye Institute can help you do that. Simply text 1041 to the number 868686 and schedule your consultation today. These guys even offer 24-month interest-free financing to qualified patients. Again, it's really easy. If you want that great eyesight, just do this. Just text 1041 to the number 868686. It is the Filatowski Eye Institute. And with no question, these guys are the best choice out there for LASIK vision correction.
You can always count on a classic. It's timeless and tastefully legendary. That's the truth behind the Troppy Chop. Often imitated, too delicious to be duplicated. The sauce just won't taste the same. But to really stand out, you gotta stay fresh and move to the beat of your own bowl. The Troppy Chop, only at Pollo Tropical. A classic that never goes out of style.
GiveMeTheVin.com created the computer site Unseen Bid. All these copycats, they take your information and they sell it to 3, 4, 5, 6 other dealers. We do not do that. When you go to GiveMeTheVin.com, we treat you like a customer, not a number. We pay the most, we pay fast, and we take care of you because you're our customer. And that's why our reviews are awesome. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer for a reason.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Manar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Measuring Sonic and Sonic branding, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different. We measured, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in oodles.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Well, summer's in full swing, and everybody wants to make sure they have time to go out and do the things they love with the family that they love the most. And of course, you want to do that as much as possible. That is one of the main reasons you need to get over to Life Imaging FLA right now and get that free heart scan to make sure you're going to be around for those special times for your family. There's already been an outpouring of support. People have already texted me saying that Life Imaging FLA's heart scan gave them a heads up on some problems they had, and they can do it for you as well. Let's face it, most times when we have a medical condition, it's reactive. We see a symptom, then we take care of it. With Life Imaging FLA, it can be proactive. You can know beforehand issues you're going to have in the future. And Life Imaging's free heart scan can help you find that. And that's a $699 value. Remember, in 30 to 40% of heart attacks, the very first symptom is sudden death. Call Life Imaging FLA right now for your free heart scan with a few minimum requirements. From your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250. Just say the keyword free heart scan and you'll be connected it in seconds. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
After an accident, it's important to hire an attorney right away. Evidence can disappear quickly. Sure, you could wait to hire an attorney later and see how things turn out, but delays never make a case better. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. JustCallMo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Running a small business takes grit and determination, and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions that keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month when bundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device. And get a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
It's the perfect time to switch to My Plan from Verizon and save. Visit a Verizon store and get iPhone 13 with great features like long battery life on us when you switch to any 5G unlimited plan. No trade-in required. Plus, get $50 off the latest AirPods Pro. This deal won't last forever, so get to your Verizon store today. It's your Verizon. $699.99, 128 gigabyte only. Device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited welcome or postpaid unlimited plus plan required. Less $699.99 promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. $50 off AirPods Pro with iPhone purchase required. Additional terms apply.
These days, more often than not, the success of a company is attributed to its founder. But that's only part of the story. My name is Noah Callahan Bever, and I'm proud to present Idea Generation's All Angles, a Will Packer Media podcast. We'll be talking to all the key players from all your favorite brands, like Loud Records, Ghetto Gastro, and Earn Your Leisure. So join me each week as we dissect the most dynamic companies in culture, because the only way to truly understand success is to look at it from all angles. Listen to Idea Generation's All Angles on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Take a break from payments for 6 months, only at Sutherland Nissan Orlando.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show. Already in progress.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. Your 6 o'clock keyword is check, CHECK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at winning $1,000. Check is your 6 o'clock keyword. Good luck. We hope you win for sure. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. You guys give it up good and loud for 3-time PGA Tour winner, Mr. Chris DeMarco.
Yeah!
Woo! Big dog.
Hey, guys. How's everybody doing?
How are you doing, buddy? What's up?
Doing good. Nothing. I just got back from practicing. I'm heading over to London tomorrow for the Senior British Open, which is next week.
Oh, no way. Really? Where are they playing that?
Yeah. They're playing at Royal Porthcawl in Wales.
Really?
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
That's funny. You know what the funny thing is when I play now, Chris, I'm playing from Senior Tour yardage, which is about 6,800 yards, I think is what the Champions Tour plays. Is that about the average?
A little bit longer than that. We're just over 7,000 most of the courses. We just played Firestone last week, which played probably 7,200 par 70, and it was an unbelievably difficult golf course.
Yeah, it's brutal that's brutal in general.
Yeah, it is. I always say take a picture because you're never going to see me there again. I always show up again.
So the tour, the British Open's coming up tomorrow, or the Open Tournament, as the true golfers, I guess, just call it the Open Tournament.
Right.
And with this live thing going on, and of course the tour players coming together, it's going to be an interesting thing socially, but player wise. I mean, this is going to be a really intriguing tournament. I mean, there's some interesting things happening with that 17th hole and some other in-course, out-of-bounds that people are now talking about. But when you look at the field, Chris, and you see guys like Rory playing amazing, we know Brooks always raises himself to these occasions. When you look at it from the outside in as a player, what kind of strikes you about this tournament particularly?
Well, I mean, it typically isn't a prototypical British Open style golf course just because it plays really fast. I mean, I know the fairways do. When I played there in 2006, I finished second to Tiger. And the fairways were running about 11 and the greens were running about 13, which you don't normally see in British Open courses. Most of them the greens are a little slower, so if the wind picks up, that the balls don't blow off the greens. But it's a very fast golf course, and I think that year in 2006 at Hoylake, I only hit 4 drivers, and this was 17 years ago. So you're not going to see too many drivers out there. There's really no way to overpower this course. It's really about position.
Wow. That's interesting because that really does change the game. I mean, one of the things that Rory has going for him, and guys like Dustin Johnson and many other players, is length. I mean, that's the big story on tour now. Should they roll the ball back? You know, should they make changes? That actually makes it more interesting for me as a viewer.
Yeah, I mean, I like it too because obviously the trouble is the further you go up in the fairways, if you can lay back and, you know, not overly long golf course, they do have their holes that are pretty long, but, you know, so there is really no advantage to just getting up and grip it and rip it and go find it because you might not find it there. They got a lot of hay around there.
You got a question, Ross?
Yeah, absolutely. Because this might be the only time I ever get to ask you this question. I'm sure you have answered so many questions about the 2005 Masters final round. But
no, what happened?
Yeah. For the listeners who don't know, that's the year and the very famous chip in from Tiger Woods. You were playing with him in that group. You were 10 feet away when he hit that shot. Is that correct?
I was down by the bunker because he was going sideways because he absolutely hit a terrible shot with a pull hook 8-iron over the water to the left. So I had a very good view of that ball coming right back down into the hole.
So my question is you are competing against that shot. At what, if any point at all, did it ever become bittersweet? Because I put myself in your shoes and I'm competing against this, and he hits this shot that, I mean, 1 out of a billion. And then as time passes, when were you able to appreciate that shot? Because you're a golfer, you love golf, so I know that you love the history of golf, and that's a historical golf shot. When did the page turn until you were able to kind of look at that shot with a glass half full?
Well, you know, I mean, literally when it happened. I mean, you know, watch that shot. I knew how, you know, epic it was and you know, the moment. I mean, you know, basically him and I were 7 shots ahead of the field. So it was really a 2-man race. So it was just me and him. So I kind of just, you know, was focused. And I was working with a guy named Dr. Gio Valiente. He used to work at Rollins College and as my sports psychologist. And the motto was expect the unexpected. Now, I didn't necessarily expect him to make that shot, but it was in my mind. So, you know, you look back at that shot. I mean, it's on all the time. I get texts every time they replay the 2005 Masters. My phone blows up. But, you know, it was one of the best shots in the history of golf, without a doubt. And, you know, I had probably the best seat in the house to watch that ball dribble in. I'm still looking for my residuals from Nike for that ball for the commercial they did.
Well, you know what's really cool and unique as one of the most famous golf shots of all time? It's really cool if I were you to always appreciate that I got a one-of-one experience with that shot.
Well, not to mention he was going head-to-head with the best player alive.
That's right.
Without question, the best player alive.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody else watches that shot. But, you know, Mr. DeMarco here looks at that in a whole different light and will never understand what that shot, you know.
I'll tell you the impressive part, really, even being there, to be honest with you, because, I mean, you know, Chris doesn't hit it as far as Tiger, and he has to really work his way around a golf course. I mean, his iron game is incredibly good, and he's been doing this for a long time. He drives the ball dead straight. But, I mean, you know, Tiger is probably an average of, 35 yards past you every tee shot?
Easily. It was funny on that day on the 11th hole because I was hitting it really good that day and the whole week. And he was consistently 30, 40 yards by me all day. But I was hitting my irons closer. So I literally was walking down the 11th fairway and I looked over at him and I said, Are you tired of putting first yet? And he kind of gave me an FU, so to speak. But it was good to kind of, you know, put some levity on the situation. And, you know, if you embrace him and you can talk to him, he's pretty good to play with on the course. He's very businesslike, and especially when it's the last round of a major on the back nine. He's
for sure
extremely focused, you know.
Yeah, I've never played with him, of course. I've never met him, but all I hear from people who have played with him or been around him that said it's fun. You've been out the range talking to him, and the minute you hit that first shot on the tee, yeah, it shut down everything, and he's there to just make a good score, and the best score possible. Chris, I want to go back to the British Open because here's the thing: you've played a bunch of these. You know, when you look at the golf courses that you've played as part of the circuit of the British Open, which ones bring up the best memories for you?
Well, Hoylake, obviously, finishing second there. You know, that was obviously one of my favorite ones. I love Muirfield. Muirfield was fantastic, just a good British Open style golf course. St. Andrews, I didn't really like St. Andrews the first time I played it. I didn't understand it. And then I played a practice round with Tom Watson the next time I got over there, and I kind of understood, you know, the strategy of the golf course and how really awesome that place is. Carnoustie is probably one of the hardest ones we ever played. Lytham and St. Anne's. There's so many great golf courses. The problem for us is, as American players, we don't really play that style of golf course too much. So it's basically 1 week a year. So a lot of the Europeans kind of have an advantage on us because they play those courses all the time. So for me, going over there, I try to get over. I've done everything. I've gone over early and tried to play practice rounds. I've gotten there late just to say, the heck with it, I'm just going to go play golf. It's just kind of hitting that. You got to hit the ball good, period. If you're not hitting the ball good going into the British Open, you're not going to play well. So I would say that, I think the majority of the British Opens I've played, I did make the cut, and I kind of got a new understanding. I kind of like it because you play on the ground out there. You're really not hitting the ball in the air much. You're using the ground and you're using slopes and you're hitting some shots that you normally wouldn't hit in the States, and it's kind of neat golf.
Yeah, I would think it would be fun because, you have to be kind of creative. It's not like just bomb it down the middle and wedge it in there to 10 feet and, try to make as many of those as you can every day. You have to work the ball and kind of actually play the game. I mean, back in the 80s and 90s before, you could hit it 350 and be a 10 handicap, you had to move the ball around a little bit, which I actually thought was really more of the crafty part of the game.
Without a doubt. And, that's the whole part of it. It's such positioned golf courses out there with bunkers and places that they challenge you with the bunkers. If you challenge the bunkers and you get by them, you have a better shot to the pins. You can play away from them, but it's a lot more difficult shot into the greens. So there's a lot of strategy over there. I love playing that kind of golf. I'm really excited about going next week. It's fun. Hoy Lake is a great test. It's going to be fun to watch these next 4 days too.
So this weekend, the winner of the Open will win $3 million. And I bring that up because I've always been fascinated having golf be someone's job, of their way of putting food on the table. Like I'm not alone. A lot of people go out, crack a couple of brews on Sunday, and then we have fun. But I have a feeling that fun and golf kind of go two different directions when it's that amount of pressure. How was adjusting to junior golf back in the day, college golf to all of a sudden that this putt is worth $1.5 million?
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's funny. It's when you have a chance to win, you're not thinking about the money. But when there's no chance to win, and maybe you have a 30-footer in the last hole, and you're maybe second or third place, you're over it. You're like, if I make this, I can make another couple $100, $300 grand. If I miss it, okay, I finish third and I make whatever. But if I three-putt, I'm going to cost myself. I mean, it could be the difference of $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. In the cases what they're playing for now, it could be the difference in $1 million, $1.5 million. So, you have to be pretty leery about what's going on and know what's going on in the situation because one little hiccup on the last hole could cost you a lot of money.
Oh, Chris, going from the PGA to the Champions Tour, what's the biggest difference? Is it less pressure? Is it more pressure? Are you just at a point in your life where you approach it differently? What's been the biggest change for you as you are into this phase of your career?
The best thing about the Champions Tour is that you know everybody. Everybody, you walk down the range, you've either played with them or played a lot with them. But every single person you see, you say hi to. You could put me on the range at a PGA Tour event, and I could walk down and not know 65% of the guys anymore. I know the names, but I can't put a face with the names anymore. And, it is extremely competitive out there. I mean, you look at what Bernhard Langer's doing at 65 years old. Just
Unreal.
The U.S. Open to break the record of all-time wins on the Champions Tour. I mean, that guy's a machine. We have a great entity out there on the Champions Tour. There's so many great players out there. Ernie Els, Steve Stricker, Jerry Kelly, KJ Choi, Mike Weir. I mean, you can go down the list, and Retief Goosen. I mean, I think there's 20 Hall of Famers out there that are playing. I mean, it's pretty cool out there, and it's extremely competitive. I mean, if you're not playing well,
dude,
those guys will beat your brains in.
You bet your ass. I mean, you said it. Podrick is playing his ass off right now. That guy, he can play anywhere right now.
Yeah, he can, and because he's probably still one of the top 5 longest hitters, even on the PGA Tour. I mean, he hits it 75 yards by me. It's ridiculous.
He's a bomber.
Where he's playing from, he's just a bomb. He swings really hard, but when he hits it and it goes straight, he's kind of hard to beat because he's turning driver 5 irons for me into driver flip wedges. So when he's on, it's tough to beat. It's kind of like the guy at Wimbledon who serves like unbelievably well and hard. It's hard to beat that guy, but. It's the same thing with Padraig when he's hitting in the fairway, and that's how Rory has it. But this week, that driver's taking out of Rory's hands.
Talking to Chris DeMarco.
So I was really lucky, Chris, because both of my parents got me into the game of golf, so I've been playing golf my entire life. And what I've noticed with golf is that it kind of comes and goes when it comes to national popularity. And I feel very confident in saying that right now, golf is super popular. And one reason why is these YouTube golfers that are making golf kind of look a little bit different, a lot of fun, a little bit of punk rock, and it kind of goes in the opposite direction of, classic golf button up, you
Right.
hit your shot, slacks and all that. And I was wondering, what do you think about the current status of golf now with all of these influencers kind of influencing the game?
Well, I mean, you got to embrace it. I mean, that's where golf's going, and it's becoming such a popular sport, and it's so much fun to watch. Am I still a stickler on tucking your shirt in a little bit, especially if you go to a nice golf course? If you're at your public course, wear whatever you want, do whatever you want. I really don't care. Hat backwards. But when you go to these really nice places, we're lucky enough to be members at Cherry Hills, which has a U.S. Amateur here in a month. And, that's the traditional type golf course, no hats in the locker room, in the clubhouse. I mean, it's the normal rules that you see. And, when you go to places like that, you just adhere to their rules. But for the most part, golf's changing. I mean, you look at Barstool Sports, and they're doing a great job. What Riggs is doing there for golf is amazing, what the outreach he's doing. And, it's great. I think, obviously, the more people to play golf, the better for the game and the better for everybody. It's time, I think, that some of these stodgy older guys get over the fact that, it's time, shirts untucked, hats on backwards. That's just where the game's going right now. And if that's bringing more people into the game, then so be it.
Right. Who cares? I would agree with that 100%. Who cares? I want to talk to you about your caddy relationships. It's a really interesting thing. Here lately, we used to never hear about caddies until Fluff started caddying for Tiger. You never really heard. You heard about Bones occasionally because he was Phil's caddy. But now, like, the caddy game is like one of those things where a lot about caddies these days. Tell me about the relationship between a player and caddy. I think a lot of people have a really odd understanding of how important a good caddy can be to a player.
It's all knowing the player's personality. For me, I'm pretty good about knowing my own game. If anything, all a caddy can do for me is maybe just slow me down and let me think a little bit, not get ahead of myself. For me, I know what shot I'm going to hit. I don't need a caddy telling me hit a 7-iron, cut it in there. I know the shot I want to hit. So that part of the game's good. When I get on the greens, I really don't like the caddy to read the putt for me, because if I miss it, then I have somebody to blame. If I miss it when I read it, it's on me. So I kind of do it that way. And I've pretty been loyal to my caddies. My wife caddied for me early on in my career, and then we started having kids, and that changed. And then I had one caddy for about 9 years, and I had another caddy for about 15 years. And now that we are empty nesters and grandparents, by the way, times two, we have 2 little grandsons, but we're empty nesters. So my wife is actually, she's been on the bag again this year. So it's been a lot of fun, having her back in the bag. She's definitely the best caddy out there for me, because basically I say, "What do you think here, honey?" She goes, "I don't know. Put it on the damn green." And then when I put it on the green, I said, she goes, "Make the freaking putt." So,
she's like, what do I do here, honey? She's like, "Well, you make me a margarita, Chris, and then take me to dinner in about 4 hours, buddy."
Chris, if she needs a time off, would you consider having Jim out as a caddy? He did shoot a 73 last week.
Hey, where'd you shoot that, Jim? That's a good score.
Yeah, Forest Lake.
Right, Forest Lake. That's a great golf course.
Yeah.
Don't lie to him. It was Cocoa River.
Stop it. I got to tell you, buddy, listen, to brag a little bit, 73 is about the worst I could have shot that day. I hit it pretty darn good that day, but I've been having a lot of fun playing. Ross has been a great inspiration for me to get back into the game. By the way, before we get out of here real quick, do you have any predictions for this weekend?
I really like, there's 2 guys that are coming forward, and they've been playing unbelievable golf. I really like Rory McIlroy. Obviously, him winning the Scottish Open in the fashion he did was amazing. Those 2 birdies on 17 and 18. And I really like Ricky Fowler. I mean, Ricky Fowler has just trended right back in the right way, and it's good to see, because he's so great for the game, and to see him kind of stick through. And, I think he was 185th in the world.
He was.
Like 6 months ago, and he's back into the top 20. So, and he got that breakthrough win a couple weeks ago. So those 2 guys I really like. Ricky can keep the ball and flight the ball low, and obviously we saw what Rory did last week. So those 2 guys are great. Obviously Scotty Scheffler's, I don't think he's finished out of the top 5 in the last 3 years.
Yeah, dude, he's incredible. He's
incredible.
I tell the guys how important it would be for Fowler to win something big like this. I mean, it was great to see him get that comeback. Harmon is the best coach ever, I believe. But when you see what he meant to golf when he first came on the scene, Rookie of the Year, the whole 9 yards, then it kind of faded away as his swing kind of lost him a little bit. And I think he got caught into that Norman thing a little bit, where there's so many other things off golf kind of things that happened. Did you hear about the first thing that Harmon said to him when he got Butch back?
No, I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, he looked at Ricky and said, "Do you want to be a Kardashian or a golfer?"
I love it. And, apparently he said golfer, because he's been golfing his ball lately.
He has been doing it, buddy. Hey, Chris, thanks for breaking off some time for us, buddy. I know you got a busy schedule, and I'm going to be watching you in the Champions next week when you guys play your British. And if you guys don't mind a big round of applause.
Oh, yeah!
Yes! All right, buddy, be
Thanks,
good.
guys.
Play well, and we'll keep up with you, buddy, all right?
Sounds good. Thanks. You guys
You
have
got
a
it.
great
All
day.
right, man. We'll take care. By the way, his entire family are the coolest people ever. I played golf with his son, Christian, actually is his name. He plays the Canadian Tour now. And you would think in that cycle that he has, I mean, his dad was one of the best golfers alive for a period of time, 4 or 5 years. He finished second to Tiger in the British, second to Tiger in the Masters. He was on one for a little bit, 3-time winner, made plenty of money in his life. You would think, well, his kids would be maybe have that stereotypical "you do what my dad is" thing. Man, absolutely none of that. His kids are the sweetest, most well-raised kids. His wife is a wonderful person, and he's a good guy, man. I always appreciate his friendship when he calls in. It's nice.
That was a good call by him also, and not, having the pregnant wife still caddy. 'Cause that's a tough look.
Yeah,
That's a tough look.
407 916-1041. Load them up for last call, guys. We'll do that and get the hell out of here on a Wednesday.
Real radio is the news junkie.
I went shooting a couple weeks ago at a place I'd never been to before, and they have
a gun range, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Right?
Minigun range.
It'd be weird if it wasn't. News junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Rude Air Conditioning Weather Center, powered locally by Ferguson HVAC.
Hey there, get ready for a hot weekend. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast, and mid-90s becoming the norm for the next 7 days. Morning lows barely getting below 80 degrees, and there will be a likely chance for storms just about each afternoon. Overnight, the low 76. Tomorrow, the high 95, a 60% chance for storms. Same story on Friday. On Saturday, a 40% chance. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Plus, get deals on select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
Ow. Okay, it's all right. Let's just start over. And one, and oh.
Ballroom dancing is a lot like saving for retirement.
Okay, class, switch up partners.
Oh, thank goodness.
It's way easier with someone who knows the right moves. With Fairwinds Credit Union as your dance partner, you can glide into financial freedom by saving more and planning for your future. Visit fairwinds.org/together and become a member today. Fairwinds. Financial freedom happens here. Federally insured by NCUA.
Man, it's a fact when it comes to your health. Early detection saves lives. No question about it. When it comes to your long-term health care, you certainly want the most information possible every single time, and that is where Life Imaging FLA comes into play with their free heart scan. And man, with Life Imaging FLA, there's no guessing game. Hard data, real time. You can create a healthcare plan that is proactive and not reactive. Don't wait for something to happen. Find out in advance. That's exactly what I did with Life Imaging FLA. Got my scan, found out some problems I need to take care of. You know what I did? I took that very scan to my primary care doctor and showed it to them and said, these are some issues. Let's make some appointments. They were fascinated, by the way, with the information. They absolutely loved it, and your doctors will as well. Do what I did. Call Life Imaging FLA right now. Get that free heart scan with just a few minimum requirements, and that is a $699 value, by the way. While you're there, ask about their cancer screening as well, and it's easy. Just pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan, and you will be connected in seconds. Guys, don't wait on this. Get this scan, find out what's going on, and then take care of it so you can live a long, healthy life. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine, and our team is a triple threat to big insurance companies.
Don't settle with the insurance companies for a fraction of what your case is worth. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
That's the Anajar and Levine difference. Get your free case review right now. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Office Orlando. That huge data breach from a few weeks ago has probably moved off your radar, but your information could still be on the dark web. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious activity, like someone using your info. If there's a problem, LifeLock's U.S.-based identity restoration specialists will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but LifeLock will help protect your identity long after this breach is forgotten. Save up to 25% your first year. Use promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Selling your car by yourself can lead to some strange encounters.
So how many bodies does this car hold? Bodies? It's a 5-passenger car. Right. Passengers.
Don't deal with selling it yourself. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. It's easy. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
I sell mannequins. Oh, what'd you think? Nothing. Nothing at all.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
O'Reilly. Increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage with Lucas Fuel Treatment at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply add it to your tank at your next fill-up to eliminate carbon and varnish deposits. Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for $10. See store for details. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The podcast, The Girlfriends, tells the story of Carol and Mindy, 2 women who both dated a man named Bob. On paper, Bob is the total package, a successful plastic surgeon, a pilot. But Carol and Mindy discover that Bob could also be a murderer.
I, in a joking way, say to him, well, what did you do, murder your wife? And his response was, what do you know?
Listen to The Girlfriends on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know that expression, the grass is always greener on the other side? Well, with Massey Services, it's literally true. Why? Because Massey does what the others don't. Every lawn is unique. So Massey starts with a detailed analysis and then builds a customized plan to prevent and control weeds, diseases, and harmful pests. Then they aerate to ensure water and nutrients reach the roots of your lawn. That's the Massey difference. Expect more and get it.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Jimmy and friends. You know, you guys hit on it last week. I mean, it's a deference to the interests of extreme wealth and corporations that has landed us in this terrible situation where regulatory institutions are captured. The Supreme Court itself has been captured by money.
Yep.
If we could focus on the poison that is big money in politics.
Oh, that guy is Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, no joke. Sorry to cut you off there, buddy. It's a 30-second limit, and we'd love to hear all your comments.
And he said it in 31 seconds.
You're welcome to call us anytime you want to talk about that stuff. We have no problem with it whatsoever. We say that all the time, by the way. You do not have to wait for us to bring a topic up. We do that because we like to talk about fun stuff. But if you have something on your mind at any given point when we're on the air, you are more than welcome to call and share those things. Or rarely will we say no. I mean, even if you're drunk. Matter of fact, especially if you're drunk.
Yeah. You go to the top of the list.
Yeah. Again, another gigantic thank you to Chris, as he gets ready for the British Open. And it's so cool to see a bunch of people texting the show who have encountered him throughout Central Florida the years he lived here. Guy built his pool, said he was a great guy. There's no pretentiousness with him, man. It's so awesome to be around somebody who had so much great success and was able to maintain how cool they are. And it was actually a surprise here in practicing. One of the things about DeMarco that we always kind of made fun of is the guy could literally get out of his golf cart and shoot 65 in flip-flops. The guy just has the natural knack for the game.
Came to our poker tournament one year.
Sweet guy, man. Yeah. All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. Deb, speaking of you, Who do we have to thank today?
Oh, we have a big
Take a
old
deep
list.
breath.
Yeah, we want to kick it off by thanking LT from the Hard Rock Cafe, and thanks for bringing us that messy chicken sandwich.
So good.
So good, not nearly as messy.
That's messy with an I.
Yeah.
Exactly. After that, we want to thank Kathy Burns, Sally Edmonds, and Puppet the Pup from the Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando, our Animal House guest today. I'll be posting the Animal House podcast later. Orlando Sentinel investigative reporter Kevin Spear, you can hear his interview today on The Goods, along with the interview with three-time PGA Tour professional golfer Chris DeMarco.
Very nice. Question of the day?
We do. Yeah, you have someone else?
Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for always running our YouTube chat. Sorry, guys.
My apologies.
Thank you very much. The question is, do you have a roommate? We posted it on Facebook, Twitter, and the YouTube chat, and it all comes in roughly in the same window. Do you want to take a shot?
25%.
Yeah, it's about 25% say yes, and 75 to 80 on the no.
Yeah. I think it's about right. I mean, 1
Yeah.
out of 4 sounds about right. After hearing you guys talk about it, I was like, well, maybe it's more prevalent than I thought.
Yeah.
Ross, stand up?
Yes, next weekend, 26th, 27th, I'm going to be out in Nashville at Zany's Comedy Club.
Very nice.
Which is a really cool sentence to say.
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed for Ross. This could be a big deal for him.
Hopefully it goes my way.
It'd be a very cool thing if that happened. We'll be able to tell you more about it
We'd
as we
love
go
for him
forward.
to get his big break and go.
Yeah, no. Don't want that. We do not want
Jack.
that.
Bye.
All right, here we go. Joe, last call.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I don't listen to the show, but what do you think about the Hard Rock Cafe adding a seafood dish and calling it the Messy Clam?
Oh, God, come on. Come on. Ivanhoe Dave, last call.
Man, Jim, our world gets smaller and smaller. I actually went to Lake Brantley High School with Chris DeMarco.
Oh, very cool.
Also, I wanted to let you know that I did go against your advice last night. The waiter is the one that actually steered me to the prime rib, and the blackened prime rib is to die for. Now, my buddy got the shrimp and grits, which was probably the best shrimp and grits, aside from being in Charleston, South Carolina, that I've ever had in my life.
Nice.
And then my only question is, have you gone to Epcot? Have you gone to Les Cellier?
No, I haven't been. Actually, I haven't been to Epcot in a while. And you went to Port Orleans, right?
Yes. But if you go to Epcot, go to Canada, go to Les Cellier, that is probably the best steak that you're going to have in your life. You can cut it with a fork.
Very nice.
Well, I'm going
Thanks,
to
Dave. I
try
appreciate
Port
that.
Orleans for those shrimp and grits. I am always on the search for the best shrimp and grits.
Yeah, Jim, you got to go to La Cellier.
We said Les Cellier.
I have to tell you though, when we go drinking around the world for the food thing up there, right?
Yeah.
What is it, the Epcot World Food Festival or whatever it is?
Yeah, drink around the world.
The Canadian Pavilion is one of my favorites. They have a cheese soup at that thing, if I remember right. It's like a cheese soup, and it is bananas good.
Bananas.
Mike, last call.
My clothes have been a little wrinkly lately, but that's not part of the problem. This is Mike. I always put it on the green. Buzzer Larson here. On Prime Day, Jimmy, I promised my whole family I'd buy them eye products, and now it's backfired, and my wife is now mad as hell, and I don't know why. You know what I got them, Jimmy?
What'd you get them, buddy?
Well, I got my son a iPad. I got my daughter an iPhone, and I got my spouse an iron.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man. We took a Lord of the Ring long journey.
Yeah, that was epic.
Is it still Wednesday?
For iron.
That was the Torta joke.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Give him 2 buzzers for that, Jack.
780 tires for that one, Mike. Party Mom, last call.
So my pet frog, we got his DNA test back today.
Oh, yeah?
He's part Scottish, he's part Irish, and he's a tadpole.
This is going to be a competition between the two. And today, that's Party Mom with the dub.
By a mill. By a mill. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Tomorrow, we'll have Danny Meyering for a date night done right. No Glenn Clausman tomorrow.
Oh.
No Glenn Clausman.
Calm down.
But we will have your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day. And, of course, 4 more opportunities for you to win $1,000. On behalf of Deb, Jack, and Ross, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the monsters in the morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time. And our friends from Real Laughs will see you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. For more of the Jim Colbert Show, until then, have yourself a wonderful Wednesday evening.
Bye. And put a little hump in your day.
I don't think so.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Still looking at your normal afternoon delays on I-4 in the Orlando area as you travel east and westbound by the major Disney exits and the attractions area. Looking at a crash causing stop-and-go delays eastbound in Volusia on Saxon Boulevard. The left lane is currently blocked at I-4. A crash in Ormond Beach on I-95 is causing northbound delays and currently blocking the left lane between US 1 and Old Dixie Highway. If you see other traffic problems, call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
You probably already know that Real Radio is giving you a chance to win $1,000 by putting $1,000 in your hand. But now we have a chance for you to earn $5,000. You know the deal with our national contest. We'll give you the keyword at the top of every hour from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And all you have to do is enter it on our website at realradio.fm for your chance to win. With 13 chances every weekday, you have plenty of opportunities to win $1,000 in your hand. However, if you listen to Real Radio on our free iHeartRadio app, you can earn $5,000. Always remember, if you get the call, you need to answer your phone. That's right. The key to winning is picking up your phone when we call. So don't send us to voicemail. This contest brought to you locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Some good news. Dunkin' just dropped a new menu item and it's epic. Try new extra charged Dunkin' refreshers with 50% more caffeine. Yes, 50% more caffeine. Basically, an energy-packed refresh button in a cup. Available on all your favorite Dunkin' refresher flavors like strawberry dragon fruit, raspberry watermelon, and mango pineapple. Try new extra charged Dunkin' refreshers today. Available for a limited time, so run, don't walk. America runs on Dunkin'. Drinks are fruit flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
It's a beautiful day here at the Weekend Getaway. Oh no, looks like a loose stair. And he is out. Injuries can come out of left field. If you've been injured, call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com or an office near you.
Applebee's daily deals for $9.99 and under. There's a deal every day for everyone. Just $9.99 and under. That's all day, every day. Get into your local Applebee's now. Daily deals are dine-in only in limited locations listed on nrpneighborhood.com. Limited time only while supplies last. Participation varies.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any.
Did you know trading in your car at a dealer could cost you money? Research shows consumers who trade in their car pay an average of $990 more. So don't trade in, sell it to We Buy Any Car. Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Research published in the Journal of Industrial Economics, December 2015, showed buyers with a trade-in pay an average of $990 more than those who do not trade in their used cars.
Yo, it's Ross. I'm here to tell you about Persimmon Hollow Brewing Company. Straight up, they make great beer. In fact, they make my favorite beer. Their Blood Orange Weed is my #1 right now. Andy and Robbie, the minds behind Persimmon Hollow Beer, are just passionate about the beer that they brew. You can really taste how much they give a damn about their beer. Visit Persimmon Hollow at any of their 5 locations so you can enjoy passionately crafted beers. Enjoy a Persimmon Hollow beer. Drink sensibly, but get weird. PersimmonHollowBrewing.com.
Unexpected expenses don't exactly come with an installment plan.
What if they could? An AmScott installment cash advance from $100 to $1,000 could mean more money and more time to pay it back. AmScott